Good morning and welcome, everyone. I'm calling the 433rd meeting of Council to order. Welcome to our final Council meeting of 2022. As a quick reminder, Council members, please have your video on during the meeting. And just to underline that we are live streaming this meeting through the RCDSO's YouTube channel so that members of the public, profession, and other stakeholders can observe our meetings today. I would like to take a moment for land acknowledgement this morning. Today in this space, we wish to acknowledge the land on which our college sits. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron, Wyandot, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. But with many of us so far away from the RCDSO building, we invite you to reflect on the traditional lands in your area, which are home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We acknowledge and honor the ancestors on those traditional lands we are on today. We stand in solidarity of murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, transgender, trans-identifying, and two-spirited people. Thank you. At this point, I would like to turn it over to the registrar to do the council roll call. Dan, please to you.
Thank you, Hanno. And as per usual, I will do this in alphabetical order by last name. So please be ready to unmute your microphone. Nalan Bhargava.
Present.
David Bishop has sent his regrets. Amelia Chan.
Present.
Ram Chopra.
Present.
Jamie Colliver.
Present.
Christina Cordero.
Present.
Peter Delane.
Here.
Nancy DeSanto.
Present.
Mark Eckler.
Present.
Ellie Fisher.
Here.
Vivian Hu.
Present.
Richard Hunter.
Present.
Ben Lynn.
Present.
David Mock.
Present.
Joseph Richards.
Present.
Harinder Sandhu.
Present.
Gildo Santos.
Present.
Brian Smith.
Present.
Usama Solomon.
Present.
Rod Stapleforth.
Present.
Mark Trudell.
Present.
Sandy Venditti.
Present.
Jack Wasserman.
Present.
Judy Welikovich.
Present.
And Cam Whitmer.
Present.
Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Hanno.
Thanks, Dan. I would now like to ask Dr. Sandy Venditti to provide the president's remarks. Sandy, please.
Thank you, Hanno, and good morning, everyone. It was so nice to have connected with many of you in person at our first hybrid meeting back in September. For those who were unable to join, your virtual presence was felt and contributed to a very successful meeting. In November, Dan and I had the pleasure of attending the Ontario Dental Association General Council meeting. It was a great opportunity to interact with colleagues from across the province and have discussions about the issues facing the dental profession and its impact on patient care. We welcome collaboration with the profession as well as other oral health colleges because public protection is our collective responsibility. In my remarks, I spoke about the governance of our profession from the regulatory point of view, provided them with an update on our strategic plan, and also highlighted some systemic issues shaping our profession today. As this two-year term of council draws to a close, like many of you, I have been reflecting on what we have accomplished, how we have developed and grown together as a governing council. One of the most tangible changes that I have seen in these past 2 years has been how we invest our time at each meeting. We will keep fine-tuning as we go, but overall, our meetings are productive, and I hope you will agree, a safe space for all of us to respectfully share our viewpoints. Our discussions are honest, fruitful, and forward-thinking. But effective meetings are not a coincidence. they take a lot of planning and hard work from everyone, including the chair. To that end, I am pleased to inform you that Hanno will continue on with us into 2023. This was an easy decision by the executive committee, who took into account all of your feedback from the council surveys. Hanno brings a depth of knowledge and experience to the role. He has a deep respect for the process, for every council member. He has an infectious, passionate spirit and is always prepared and eager to serve. So congratulations, Hanno. We are pleased to have you. In addition to council, Hanno also participates in our council prep meetings. This is an opportunity for us to iron out any kinks and ensure the meeting runs smoothly. On November the 23rd, Dan and I met with Hanno to debrief about 2022, share council meeting feedback, and discuss ways on how to continue to improve the effectiveness of our meetings. So moving forward, the president, chair, and registrar will continue to work together as a team at council meetings. We will continue to focus on member engagement and work to ensure we are able to seamlessly manage fully remote and hybrid meetings. This includes paying close attention to raised hands, either in the room or on screen, so that all of us are able to contribute and together we are able to effectively make decisions. As you are aware, we are in the middle of our election process for the next council. Online voting opened this week and ends on December 14th at 2 p.m. For those who are eligible to vote, please exercise your right to do so. In terms of non-council committee positions, we received over 60 applications to fill 25 spots. So over the next month, we will match applicant skills and interests to college roles with a particular focus on improving equity and diversity. The final committee member selections will be made in January by the new council. Today, we will also be having a couple of breakout sessions. These are a great opportunity for more intimate discussions, and at the end, we will all circle back and share thoughts with the entire group. I'd like to personally thank staff for how much you contribute to our ability to govern. The materials alone are an enormous amount of work, but your careful preparation helps to ensure a very smooth meeting. So thank you so much for that. To Dan, the senior leadership team, and every member of the RCDSO team, thank you for all that you have done this year. So many projects have moved forward, and you have tackled a number of issues, all in the service of progressive, effective regulation. And to my fellow council members, thank you for your ongoing engagement, your thoughtful perspectives, and your passion. Thank you for all the time that you have spent away from your day jobs and families, after hours and on weekends, to prep for meetings and your attendance here today. It has been a true privilege to have served as president, and I thank you for the opportunity. Sadly, later on today, we will be saying farewell to 6 councillors whose term has ended. My hope is that these outgoing councillors see this as a new beginning and embrace other opportunities that will come their way with the same vigor and enthusiasm they have brought here every single day. We have learned from all of you, and your work has been very much appreciated. And finally, I would like to acknowledge the members of the public who are joining us through YouTube. I trust that you will find all of us on this screen here today serving the public interest, and hope you find our discussions enlightening. Thank you for being here, and we welcome your feedback. Hanno, I will turn it over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. I would also just like to take the opportunity to express how much I have enjoyed my affiliation with this college for the last year. And I'm very pleased and honored that my relationship, not only with members of council, but with college staff, will continue on for another year. So thank you very much for that. Next item on the agenda is the declaration of conflict of interest. Before I ask members of council to declare any conflict of interest, may I remind you that conflicts are important to declare by a public interest mandate and as a standard reflected in the Ministry of Health College Performance Measurement Framework. And before I move ahead, I do have two questions for council members to consider this morning. The first to ask if there are any changes to the forms that members of council submitted during the summer. And I'm seeing no indication that there are, so I'm going to move on to my second question. Do any members of council have a conflict of interest to declare for any item on the agenda that will be discussed today? Again, I'm not seeing any. So in that instance, thank you very much. And let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. And just a reminder to council that we are continuing to use the consent agenda as a time-saving mechanism. On the consent agenda are multiple items that are for council's information, and council will be asked to approve those in one motion. Council can, of course, ask any clarification questions about an item in the consent agenda. If anyone wishes to have a more fulsome conversation about an item, we will take it out of the consent agenda and address it later on in the meeting under business arising. As always, I'm asking council to please use a high threshold when asking to remove an item from the consent agenda. This is really just so we can manage our time effectively and make sure that we're reserving time for robust discussion on our discussion items. The consent agenda items are found in your meeting materials starting at pages 56 to page 80. Before I ask council members if there are any clarification questions, I want to offer two notes. The first note is that we have received minor editorial corrections for the minutes from our September 15th council meeting. And I'm going to highlight what those are, and I'll hopefully read them out slowly so that you can refer to your minutes should you choose to do so. They are the following. The first is in line 132 of the minutes. This sentence was reworded for clarity. The original sentence read, "A survey for new applicants and during the annual renewal process is being conducted to obtain information on how the college can improve." The revised sentence being proposed is, "A survey for new applicants is being conducted as part of the annual renewal process to obtain information on how the college can improve." The second item that was highlighted was the typographical error on line 157. The word should be registrar. And the third is at line 160, and it's just a rewording to read "one dentist on the board." So I will pause for a moment for you to consider the minutes as amended. The second housekeeping item is in regard to a bylaw change that was inadvertently left out. We will discuss it later on in the meeting under other business. With the addition of the bylaw housekeeping item to the agenda under other business, will council agree to add the matter to the agenda under Article 2.7.2 sub D of the bylaws. This will allow council to consider and act on a matter that a majority of the members of council in attendance determined to be of an urgent nature. So before we go to the motion, I would ask if there are any questions members of council have for the items that are listed in the consent agenda. Okay, seeing none, could I ask that motion number 1 please be put on the screen? And motion number 1 reads that the following items be approved and or received for information by council. Approval of the agenda, approval of the RCDSO council meeting minutes, September 15th, 2022, and that should read as amended. and the registrar and CEO report. So please, again, just to highlight that second one is approval of the minutes of September 15th, 2022 as amended. So if I could ask for a mover of that motion, please.
I move.
Moved by, who was that?
Ram.
Ram.
Ram, and seconded by Judy. All in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. And now we're going to move into the registrar and CEO's remarks. Included in the consent agenda is a written report from Dan. That can be found on pages 77 to 80 of your materials. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan now to offer some remarks. Dan.
Thank you very much, Hanno, and good morning, councillors. I have a slide deck, so while it's coming up, I would just like to say that this has been a very busy time at the college, as per usual. What I want to do is touch on some things from the written report, tell you a little bit about some of the work that's going on at more of the program level, and then talk a little bit more about the e-blast that went out over the last couple of weeks. Next slide, please. So from the written report, there are a few things I just want to highlight, and I won't go into any great detail, but we can certainly answer questions or bring more information back to council. Council would have noticed that we have signed membership with the Institute of Corporate Directors. This is a business membership or a corporation membership. And for a fairly small amount, I believe it's about $2,500, we'll have access to a lot of the written resources and some of their webinars that are provided to boards and governing councils. So at the moment, what we have are a number of individuals, not the full council yet, who have access to this material, and we will make it available to all council members in the new year. But we want to also utilize the resources that will help to drive our ongoing education as a council. So that will be for the new council to really start to dig deeper into some of the areas that this council has really made some important strides on with respect to governance. And it will be a really great resource for the councillors, both at meetings and between meetings. So more on that, please stay tuned. Bill 106 was a registration aspect to the Regulated Health Professions Act. And it was passed going back a few months, and now regulations have been approved for that bill. And it addresses 4 areas. So again, I won't go into any detail, but I do want you to know that the timelines that were created for the regulations were very swift. And we are now in a position of having to put into place, and we were in a good position before the regulations were approved, but they were generally approved about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And the first 3 that you see as bullets have to be in place by January 1. So we were making some important strides. There are some quite aggressive timelines that we will have to follow in terms of getting back to applicants and also in making decisions about applications. We also have to do some adjustments to our language proficiency tests, and that will come out through a policy. And we're working now on the decision process for that, where the registration committee will be involved, and ultimately council will see the policy as well. And there are some restrictions on how we use or require Canadian experience for applicants. We didn't have this as a requirement in RCDSO. Some other colleges in the province do have that. So we're in good shape on that particular requirement. The 4th class comes out of the pandemic environment, where every one of the 26 colleges will have to develop an emergency class of certificate of registration that will allow members or applicants to be licensed quickly in the event of an emergency. So that is a part of the regulation that doesn't have to be enacted until August 2023. Again, very aggressive timelines. We are in the process of working with our colleagues in the other colleges. We're looking at whether there might be a template that all colleges use for that regulation or that section of the regulation. And council will have to be involved in terms of approvals and consultations, unless the consultations are shortened based on the speed with which the government wants colleges to develop these regulations. So again, not a lot of information at this point, but we are gathering this with our colleagues around the table of HPRO, which is the group that consists of all 26 health colleges. And we'll hear more about this in the early part of the new year. We held our third RCDSO Connect on October 27th. We did a couple things differently in that we tried to invite at the beginning those individuals who are recently into practice. So within the last 5 years, they started their practice, whether they arrived here as an internationally trained dentist or whether they were a new graduate from the schools. We had a great response to that. Then we opened it up. We had about 300 people who registered. We had over 100 who joined on the day of the event. We spent time talking about record keeping issues, communication issues in practice. We talked about the importance of the non-council committee roles. And we asked a number of polling questions, which has really turned out to be a great addition to RCDSO Connect, where we can do live polling and get a temperature check on certain issues. It was interesting that when we asked the question about what their experience was like in their first few years of practice, and there were some responses that were very rewarding, but we had a lot of responses not what I expected, and some that said they weren't actually prepared for their first few years in practice. So we need to drill deeper into that to understand what the lack of preparation was, but that is something that we're able to do now by asking those questions through the live polling. Many said that they would attend another session. So this has been very successful over the last year. We've had 3 town halls. We've had several hundred people that have attended. I'm actually starting to hear from dentists now when I'm out talking to different groups that they attended a town hall. So it is doing what we wanted it to do. We wanted to share information. We wanted to be transparent. We'll continue this into the new year, and we will also be looking at how we can do this for members of the public. Next slide, please. Just a quick reminder, I did do some follow-up with counselors to some questions that were asked at the last meeting when we talked about the e-blasts. So I did provide you with some data that looks at open rates of e-blasts, whether they went out from the college or whether they went out from individual council members in 2021 and 2020. And we found that the open rate was slightly higher. It was fairly similar, but slightly higher for the college e-blast. And obviously some of the content drove higher response rates, such as any changes to our COVID guidance during those years. We have added public members to the distribution list for our e-blast. So if you're not getting e-blast, then just please give me a shout, or Leslie in communications, or Angelo, and we'll make sure that you're on those lists. The 4 oral health colleges continue to meet and to collaborate. We certainly, and I've talked about this many times, we certainly had some great work and outcomes on the COVID guidance and unifying the guidance document. We now have established an investigations working group. So the leads of those investigation departments across the 4 colleges in oral health care will be meeting and looking at ways that we can streamline when complaints come in or we're doing investigations that cross over professions. There can be ways in which we get in each other's way. So we want to make sure that we do this as efficiently and effectively as possible. And the 4 colleges are also starting to look at how we can do more in the way of educating our councils and our staff around Indigenous cultural issues, truth and reconciliation, and the call for action, and also looking at professional standards that were developed out in British Columbia that about 13 health regulatory colleges have adopted for their members of their profession. And obviously we have some work to do to make sure that we are consulting appropriately in Ontario, but some really exciting potential work that we can do to continue to form and grow our own equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy. You're well aware that there's new legislation in British Columbia that overhauls the regulation system for health professions. And it is included as a briefing note in the information section. So I won't go into any detail. You can see some of the main attributes of that new legislation. The Professional Standards Authority recently released a document that was entitled Safer Care for All. I would encourage you to take a look. It's a long document, but it does address a number of issues and challenges that regulators have. And I would say that the challenges faced by those in the UK are very similar to some of the challenges that we face in Ontario. Things like more commercialization of healthcare in various professions. And they've tried to address this in a way that's evidence-based with some possible recommendations for regulators in really trying to address these issues in the public interest. I also comment in my report about the CNAR conference. That's a large group of regulators in Canada, which covers health, non-health, and other regulatory sectors. We had 3 presenters. We had a few people from the college who were able to attend, and 3 who were invited or were approved with their submissions to present on various aspects of college work. So really proud of RCDSO and the work that we're doing and how we're able to talk to other regulators and certainly lead in a number of areas. And we've heard that in a number of ways throughout the last couple of years. We've recently completed our staff engagement survey. I will bring more information to council on the outcome. We had greater than 90% response. We are conducting the analysis. We plan to meet with our leadership group next week and all staff in a virtual meetup that we hold every 2 weeks and provide the results, but we're still working on some of the analysis. And obviously we want to be as transparent with our entire staff team and with council as possible. So you will hear more about that as well. Next slide. I'm going to turn quickly to a few updates on what's going on in the college. And again, I can't cover everything in terms of the work that's happening, but we have 130 staff who are working extremely hard every day to bring outcomes and achievements and compliance with our legislative responsibilities. And I will touch on a few. In registration, we have the regulations that I mentioned earlier. And obviously this creates a huge amount of internal work to prepare for the enactment of those regulations. So that work is ongoing, and possibly in the new year, council can hear a little bit more, in a little bit more detail from our registration team in talking about some of the work that's happening at that level, but also the regulations that have recently been enacted. All of our areas in the college are working on continuous quality improvement projects. In registration, there has been the completion of a major project looking at processes, trying to ensure that we're addressing efficiency issues and improving the user experience. As a result, there's better documentation for staff. There are better training resources. It's a small team, but there is a little bit of turnover. So it's really important to get new staff up to speed quickly. We've made updates to website materials in the applicant portal so that it's very easy to navigate. We're tracking timelines, and we want to ensure that we're providing not only internally, but to you data that looks at various aspects of the registration process, much like we've been doing with our investigations area, and you've seen lots of data out of that group. So we'll be looking at how that information is provided, both internally and to council. We've had a significant increase in the applicant numbers in the third quarter of 2022. That's from June to September. That is triple what we experienced in the third quarter of 2021. And we believe it's largely attributable to the National Dental Examining Board getting back up to its pre-COVID levels of examinations. And there's a backlog that they were clearing. So with the number of seats increasing and the number of examination offerings increasing, that's leading to more licensure applications for us. And finally, the annual membership renewal is ongoing and heading quickly towards the completion. It opened on October 13th. And I'll just, next slide, please. I'll show you a graph. We are on track. The dark line shows the number of applicants, or sorry, the number of renewals that are coming in on a day-by-day basis since we opened. The dotted line is a comparison to how we tracked last year. So we are on track. We always see a flurry towards the end as we approach December 15th, but we're certainly not worried. And we have a number of different points in this process where we provide a communication reminder to the membership. Next slide. Quality assurance program is very active under our new leader, Susan Taylor. The essence of these bullets is about the e-portfolio, which is used to help track in a secure way continuing education by dentists. Dentists are on a 3-year continuing education cycle, and we're really looking at ways to redevelop the electronic experience that they have in recording and tracking their information. So lots of observations, technical issues, feedback from dentists about how it's working or not working, and some work we want to do to really understand our data needs. We expect that the current e-portfolio platform will remain in place until the end of the year, and then we hope to launch the new in April. There'll be a phased approach. I don't have all the details of the launch, but we're certainly not going to leave individuals stranded, but we're trying to plan that transition accordingly. And there will be a communication plan that will announce those changes. Next slide. The facilities inspection program is one that is also quite active. I can tell you that when I first started, that there were a lot of dentists that approached me and asked for more information about their applications, the process. And so a lot of work has really been focused on looking at the sedation and CT permit and authorization processes. For CT, there have been a number of observations that have been made by staff, which is largely a new staff team because of turnover. We've looked at bottlenecks, we've looked at data, we've looked at the user feedback, and we're planning for some significant process improvements in 2023. And there's also been good progress being made to deal with a backlog of current applications in that area. Under sedation, there has been a little bit more of a limited look at some of the processes, but we have increased our inspectors because that was one of the bottlenecks in the system, and obviously getting inspectors up to speed requires those resources and better checklists. And we're also noticing a dynamic, and we've talked about this, about corporate purchases of practices that involve sedation or have sedation permits. So we're watching that carefully. I don't have any data to share, but when there's a change in ownership, it triggers a new facility permit application. And there are also implications potentially to the on-site inspections and the presence of the dentist owner. So we will certainly be carefully monitoring if there are any risks to patient safety or if there are any procedural changes that are needed. And we're also, as per the whole college in terms of digitization, really trying to expand the use of the members portal that will help to process or at least collect information on sedation applications, whether they're for individuals or facilities. It's very important that we try to drive out as much paper as possible, and this is a really excellent progression for the sedation group. Next slide, please. And the investigations area, professional conduct and regulatory affairs, PCRA. I've mentioned this many times that we have had significant achievements on the backlog. You can see here that since the beginning of this year, the total number of active investigations, so that would be on any given day, how many are open, that has been reduced by over 30%. And you can see the actual numbers from 816 that were open on January 30th to 549 that were open on November 15th. That is significant progress in terms of the investigations. The average age, another marker, has been reduced now to 273 days. And that's a reduction of 20% of the average number of days that a file is open. And as of October 30th, the committee has reviewed more investigations and issued more decisions than in all of 2021. That's to be expected, but again, a remarkable achievement. Congratulations to all of ICRC and the membership and all of the PCRA leadership and staff. There has been an incredible mobilization around this goal, and we're seeing the impact of that now. And I also mentioned that the oral health colleges have begun to work in looking at the investigations where we might align and collaborate differently if there are multiple professions involved in a complaint or an investigation. Next slide. And finally, with our professional liability program, which is a program of the college, and we'll talk about that later today, some of the work that's going on right now is really engaging with our data scientists to understand how we can look at the current data differently and how we might imagine the kind of data that we could collect from this area. There's all sorts of reasons to do that, which I won't go into today. The second class action has settled, so there's final administration that's happening that's taking up some staff time in terms of closing out that file. We are exploring whether our insurance policy that provides coverage as part of the PLP structure might also apply to dentists who are not only licensed in Ontario, but may move or do short-term engagements in other provinces, obviously getting the license in those provinces. But if you have a dentist from Ontario who's licensed and wants to do a 4-week locum in another province, will our coverage also apply when they're seeing patients in that other province? So we have a few things to sort out, and we know that the insurance aspect we can move forward in a very cost effective manner. We just have a few things to sort out in terms of operations around that, and we'll work with our staff and the PLP committee if that's involved in moving that ahead. And finally, the PLP deductible is something that you will talk about later, and I won't mention that today. So I'm mindful of the time. I do want to spend a few minutes, if you could go to the next slide. There will be lots of opportunity to talk about this today, but I wanted to just give you a bit more of a context for the e-blast that went out on November 16th with a subsequent e-blast that provided further clarification. And this is an issue that was talked about at the executive committee in early November as well. Next slide. In terms of some of the key concepts that we've considered, we know as a college, and I'll give you a couple of examples in the next slide, but we know that patients who are covered by government-funded programs, those government-funded programs covered individuals who are seniors, who are children, who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, who are disabled. We know that there is continued access concerns for a number of those individuals who are covered by those programs. We know that there is now technology in the form of apps that are available that are trying to connect patients to dentists. We know that in some cases they are screening out patients who are on government-funded programs. So if you are on one of those programs, you don't even get an opportunity to connect to a dentist. We also know, as you'll hear today, that there are a number of emerging programs that will cover more patients. The Canada Dental Benefit, the Portable Benefits Program in Ontario is looking at those individuals who aren't employed but work as contractors, but they can carry a provincial program, dental benefit program with them is in the works. Those are all realities that we are facing as a regulatory body and the public that is rightfully based on their government-funded programs, but in some cases not able to access dental care or oral health care. And we also know that the association is strongly advocating for more funding and around the delivery, which is not our lane, and that's not what we're interested in necessarily, but we know that it's a key part of this equation. Next slide, please. From our perspective, here are some of the concerns. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, we heard from a patient who saw their general dentist. The patient was on one of these programs, and I won't give a lot of detail just to preserve confidentiality. But as that general dentist tried to find a specialist, there were multiple specialists who refused to care for that patient because that patient was on one of the government-sponsored programs. We know that in some cases that there are blanket practice policies that practices won't accept these programs. And we know that these programs often apply to marginalized populations. And so in the spirit of professionalism, in the spirit of societal expectations, and some of the legal obligations and duties of members of health professions, and as Dr. Quinones calls it in his book, The Politics of Dental Care, the social contract, which is a term used by others in the academic sphere around professionalism in many other professions. That is something that we have to, as a regulator, really consider. We also have to pay attention every single day to the trust and confidence that the public has in both the profession and the regulator, and really live what the profession is rightly saying, that oral healthcare is healthcare. So how do we deal with all of these challenges? Next slide, please. One of the ways was to really put out this as a cautionary note to dentists, that the observation of technology that's screening out patients is very concerning, and we wanted to make that clear. We also know that this is intertwined with practice policies in some cases, and it was in no way meant to disrespect the innumerable dentists who are really trying to go the extra mile and find solutions for patients, and who are not disregarding their needs. We know that there are many dentists out there that are doing that, but we know that it's not working in all cases. And so a big part of the eBlast strategy was to start a really important conversation with stakeholders in the profession that puts the patient at the center of the policy discussion. I know that there are many organizations putting the patient at the center. That is also our role. That is our role. And so how do we do that? How do we have these conversations, and how do we move forward? And that's the message that I've been delivering when we get emails, when we're talking on the phone, when I'm going out in the last couple of weeks and talking to dentist groups. Next slide, please. And so today, and I'm more than happy to take your questions about this, but you will have plenty of time to talk about this issue today. We're going to have a context presentation. Lindy Van Amberg is here from Health Canada. She's going to give a very brief overview of the Canada Dental Benefit. That is driven by accessibility needs and the federal government's move in that area. I don't want it to be a huge session on the nuance and details about how dentists can make this work in their practice. There are resources, but it is really to provide an overview context from a very high level. There will be two focused discussions. We're going to talk about access to care as a strategic priority. You'll have small groups. We've got some guiding briefing material for you. This afternoon, we'll talk about patients who are on social government-sponsored programs who are having some of the challenges that I've mentioned earlier. So lots of opportunity for you to weigh in, not to shut down any questions you might have of me right now, but just to say this will be a key focus for today's meeting. Next slide. So I hope that explains a little bit about some of the activity over the past couple of weeks. I want to just say that this is a really important milestone meeting for you, because it is at the end of a 2-year composition of council, a council that has been extraordinarily effective and that has worked extremely well together, and a milestone for me in that I've had a chance to go through my first cycle of a full council from beginning to end. And I do want to express my appreciation to all of you. It has been an incredible ride for these 2 years. And while we will have change, I know that there is really important foundational work that you've done that is going to help to have a very smooth transition to the next council. Next slide is just questions. We can stop the sharing, and I'm happy to take any questions from you.
So at this point, any questions for Dan? So I see your hand is up, Ram. I'm going to ask, it would make it easier if you could use the raise hand function. If you're comfortable doing that, please do so, because that boots your face up to the top left screen and makes it easy for me to see. I will be keeping a speaker's list not only now, but down the road, and I will sort of give preference to first-time speakers. So Ram, your hand is up, so I'm going to ask you to ask the first question, please.
Thank you, Hannah. Dan, it's an excellent report of the past 2 years, the activities. You have summarized very well. I'm particularly impressed that there is a collaboration with the 4 oral colleges in regards to Indigenous education for counselors, and towards that, I'm really, I like that part of it also, and perhaps that part can be expanded in coming years. I would say it was an excellent report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ram. Okay, so as Dan highlighted, council will have an opportunity later on more than one occasion during the meeting to continue the discussion, particularly around the latter part of his presentation. Dan, at this point in time, I'm not seeing any hands up. So I thank you all for that. And I would like to move us into our next item on the agenda, which is the RCDSO strategic plan for 2023 to 2025. It's our first discussion item of the day. The materials for this item you'll find on pages 81 to 88 of your meeting package. Andrea will be providing council with an overview of the operational elements of the strategic plan, including a discussion of guiding principles, key projects, and timelines. So Andrea, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please. I'm not hearing anything from Andrea.
Can you hear me now, Hanno?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. I think I had a bit of a tech.
Okay, no, you're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much and good morning, council. Great to see you. I'm going to just spend a couple of minutes taking you through, as Hanno mentioned, some operational and implementation issues related to our new strategic plan. This is to supplement, as you saw and Hanno mentioned, the briefing materials in your package. So just as a quick recap, council approved our strategic plan for 2023-25 at your September meeting. We are on track to implement that plan effective January 1st, 2023. With respect to implementation, there's a number of different elements that really go into us translating your strategic direction into action. And I've just sort of tried to represent that on the screen here with these different bubbles. So we have, and I mentioned in the briefing materials, an action plan developed specifically for staff. We have a small staff team who assist in keeping us organized, keeping us on track, setting up timelines, assisting our project leaders who are going to be responsible for advancing different strategic projects. We are following, as we have in the previous strategic plan, the 2020-2023 plan, we adhere to project management principles and tools. That's really a foundational sort of anchor point for us to align with best practices, really have different tools and tips to keep organized and on track. And then, of course, last but not least, we have committed to you, council, to do regular reporting on and to share with you qualitative updates on where we're at with projects, but also quantitative in the form of metrics and key performance indicators. So all of these elements comprise our implementation approach. We've used this under the plan that's just ending, and we will do so continuing going forward with our new plan. Just to spend some time on the action plan, it's really comprised of a few different elements, and I've captured these in the briefing materials. So we've got some guiding principles. We've identified priority projects, setting out some key roles and resources. So how are we going to advance these projects? And as I mentioned a second ago, we really are relying on our RCDSO staff to do so in the form of project managers and project sponsors, and then some timelines, of course, too. To sort of summarize, I won't go through all of the content in the briefing note because you have that as your reference, but just to summarize our approach, in order to really be responsive to council's strategic direction that's captured in the strategic plan, we've identified 6 sort of core projects that we will advance over the next 3 years. Some will span the entire 3 years and probably go beyond that. So, for example, a topic like access to care is not something that is a tick box approach. It's something we'll always work on. More than likely, it's a huge task, but many of these projects will span multiple years. Some will span the full 3 years. Some will go beyond 3 years. We have anchored, and you saw in the briefing note, projects to specific strategic pillars and strategic objectives in the strategic plan. But just to note that many projects will advance more than one pillar. They're really intended to be sort of comprehensive projects to move ahead. Here's a bit of a recap of what's in the briefing note. So you have in the boxes the pillars, and then underneath those in the blue boxes, you have the strategic projects that most directly align with those pillars. But like I said, there's definitely spillover where projects are going to advance more than one pillar.
My apologies, Andrea. Just want to interject. We may have had a bit of a technical piece. We're not seeing your slides progressing.
Oh, you're not seeing my slides. Okay. Sorry, I'm seeing them. So let me just, thank you, Alden. Apologies. Let me stop share and let me try to share again and see if that does the trick. Okay. Are you seeing that now?
Yes, we are. Thank you so very much. We
Okay,
are,
wonderful.
however, seeing the presenter's notes. We may want to share the secondary screen.
Okay. Give me 1 second, because on my screen, I'm only seeing the slides. Apologies, everybody. Let me just see here if I can maybe end and try to do this again. Is that any better, Alden?
It's a bit better. Do you mind if we can share out the slides for you if you don't mind?
Okay, why don't we do that then? Yeah, thank you.
Angelo, can you share the slides, please?
I can, yes. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
We apologize, folks, for this interruption.
Okay. Great. Was this the last, when did I lose you? Is this the last slide that you would have seen? Or do I have to go back?
I believe we can continue from here.
Okay. Okay, sorry, folks. So as I was mentioning, here's a depiction of the projects and how they're going to sort of align with the pillars in the strategic plan. So this is just another way to capture what's in the briefing note itself. Next slide, please, Angelo. And just to speak about the goals. So, you know, they're threefold. We want to make sure that we are hitting the target in the direction that Council provided us. So we spent a lot of time really thinking about your input, the final strategic plan. How can we really demonstrate that we're advancing on the direction you've given us? We want to, as I've mentioned in the briefing note as well, have a sense of balance. The strategic work is obviously critically important, but it doesn't represent the sum total of the work that we do at the college. We have a whole host of other ongoing work, including our core regulatory functions, operations issues like HR, like IT, like finance and others that aren't captured in the strategic plan. So what's a reasonable balance because we are reliant on staff to advance these strategic projects? And then certainly we want to be able to demonstrate meaningful change. You've given us direction about where you'd like to see the college go over the next 3 years. And we want to be able to really think about how we can demonstrate progress to you and affect meaningful change and aspirational change. Next slide, please, Angelo. So just to sort of speak a little bit more about these priority projects, right now, we are in a place where we are starting to develop what we're calling project charters. So those of you familiar with project management principles or concepts will know that's a foundational document that really helps us set out what's the scope of the project, what might be deliverables, how might we advance, who's involved. But just to say, each project will have multiple elements and multiple deliverables. So these are very comprehensive projects that will really allow us to do a deep dive into these key areas. As I've mentioned, they will relate to more than one pillar, but we've slotted them in the depiction that you have in your briefing materials to the pillar that most closely relates to them. And as I said, we're really trying to demonstrate progress and meaningful change. Next slide, please, Angela. So in terms of preparation, we have identified project managers who are staff people who are going to be responsible for developing these project charters and really leading that work. They won't do that alone, of course. We will engage other staff around the college. For some, there will be working groups involved. For some, there will be stakeholder engagement. And we have also done some engagement with our leadership team. So all of our managers and directors and senior leaders and staff in general. So the planning has started. Those project managers are looking at new project charter template that we've developed. They're starting to put their thoughts together, and we're moving ahead with that so that we can be working on this as the new plan comes into effect. Next slide, please. Of course, as I mentioned, our commitment to you as a council is that we will be reporting to you on a regular basis. So what you've seen over the last strategic plan that's just coming to a close is sort of twofold reporting. You've seen, and indeed it's in your package today, a narrative report that I write for each council meeting that really sets out a more of a qualitative description of where we are with projects. And then that's accompanied by quantitative metrics in the form of dashboard that our data scientist, Eric Dessa, puts together with the assistance of our project leaders. We will continue to do that sort of twofold reporting. So you have both the qualitative and quantitative information on our projects and the progress we're making. We are going to be taking a look at the tools we've used to date to really see, do they continue to make sense? Can we improve upon them? And importantly, we want to make sure that we're really anchoring back to college values. I know that was something that came up at our council discussions earlier this year, something you wanted to see. So we're going to be looking at how we can improve those tools. You're going to see some refined tools at your March meeting. Because the project planning cycle is going to continue until the end of March, we won't be in a position to have data for you yet, but you'll at least be able to see what those tools look like, and you can have a look and ask any questions, of course, if you have them. Next slide, please, Angela. So next steps, we're going to continue on with implementation support. Our project managers are going to get planning and working on their project charters. As I mentioned, that's going to continue until March 31st. As part of that process, Eric Dessa is going to be working with each of the project managers to identify key performance indicators so that we can really be demonstrating to you our progress and telling the story of how this work is proceeding. And you can start to see reports to council continue at each meeting. As I mentioned a second ago, for the March meeting, we won't have much in the way of data to report because we're still going to be planning, but you will see materials in your packages at each and every council meeting on this work. So that's all for me. I am happy to take any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Rod.
Andrea, excellent report. Thank you. You sort of alluded to some of what I'm about to ask in going forward in qualitative and quantitative reporting, the way you're going to, and KPIs. My question is, as you roll out these project charters and as you come back to council, have you given any thought to what type of measurements you might put in place to determine the degree of success of implementing some of these strategic projects?
Yeah, thank you, Rod. We have. So we've done a couple of things. At the senior leadership table, we have done some initial work to really crystallize, what might success look like? What could we really focus on to be able to demonstrate to you as a council that we're advancing on your direction? So we're sort of working on some success statements, some crystallized deliverables. Those will be shared with our project managers to be considered in the project charter. And then further, our data scientist, Eric Dessa, is going to be spending some time with our project managers to really dig in on what KPIs would look like for those projects so that we can capture those in a dashboard. So we don't have those now. We're still at an early enough stage, but that is part of the work we will do over the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Smith, you're next, please.
Thank you. Andrea, congratulations to you and everyone involved in putting this together. I think it's as you've said, it's comprehensive, 6 projects over 3 years, but yet it recognizes well that there are other things that have to be dealt with during that period. The action plan and the key approaches are excellent, I believe, and just want to say congratulations. I look forward to having this work done for us and participating in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's definitely a team effort. I'm the one speaking to you about it today, but there is a whole host of people who make this work a reality and work very hard behind the scenes. So I will certainly share your thoughts with them. Thank you, Brian.
Well done.
Thank you for those comments, Brian, and thank you, Andrea. I do not see any other hands up. So at this point in time, I would like to move to the next item on the agenda, which is the PLP deductible. It is going to be a decision item. The information regarding this item will be found in your package, pages 89 to 95. Joseph Richards, chair of the PLP committee, will provide council with an overview of these materials. And just a second, Joseph, before I turn it over to you, Rod, I still see that your hand is up. Is that just because you haven't lowered it yet, or you did have another question?
Yeah, my apologies. I will do so.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you for that. So Joseph, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please.
Thank you, Hanno. So for your consideration are basically 2 items for decision. One is a material change, which is the increase of the PLP deductible from $2,000, the initial deductible from $2,000 to $2,500. That is in keeping with comparable deductibles across the country. The second is to keep our the policies for reducing or waiving the deductible to make sure that what is written in the committee manual is in fact in line with what the current practice is. So tightening up the language to reflect what the current practice is. So you see those 3 scenarios or 3 criteria that we're proposing to eliminate. That is in keeping again with a current practice where we are not reducing or waiving deductibles in those circumstances anyways. So it's in fact just making sure that it corresponds with reality on that front. And also making explicit the authority of the PLP committee to consider compassionate grounds. And that has been something that has been a precedent that has been that council has provided PLP in the past. And so just to put that in writing in the committee manual. So a bit of housekeeping, a bit of substantive changes. You have all the information in front of you. Subject to any questions, we're looking for a motion on those two items.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Judy, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Hanno. Hi, Joseph. I have no questions about the deductible, but what I'm hearing you say is that you're making sure that the policy corresponds with practice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, don't you think that policy should determine practice and not the other way around?
Policy should determine practice, not the other way around.
Yeah, shouldn't the policy be setting the stage and then the practice should comply with the policy?
Well, I think this is a reflection of, whether it's cart before the horse, which one is coming first. I mean, I think there's prudent reasons why the practice is what it has been. And so this is not simply saying we're just going to modify the policy to just, conform with practice. It's also looking at those specific reasons. I was just giving a summary, but just looking at all of the reasons that were given. And there are real reasons why those criteria perhaps are not, should not be the criteria for consideration for reducing or waiving the deductibles.
Do you mind
Does that
just
make
giving
sense?
me I'm not
Oh,
really, can you just
so-
give me an example?
Yes, so looking at the example. So for instance, we're eliminating 3 of the current criteria. Perfect example. I'm here, sorry for reference for council, page 3 of the briefing note. Eliminating 3 of the current criteria. Claims with no similarities between the conduct or circumstances of the current and previous claims. So technically as written, if there are 2 claims, there's no similarities between them, technically, we would be able to use that as our criteria to reduce or waive the deductible. However, the committee has always looked at it and said, well, no, you're getting extreme value from this program, so we should not, allow individuals to reduce or have the deductible eliminated for the fact that they have multiple occurrences against them, but they are not similar, for instance. So that was a criteria that was technically in the manual, but was never the practice of the committee was never to actually rely upon it. So we're just trying to harmonize this to make sure that it is reflective. Well, not simply reflective of current practice, but reflective of more prudent, management of the deductible. I guess that's perhaps a more fulsome answer.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. So are there any other questions for Joseph at this point in time? Jack.
Yes, thank you, Joseph. In the past, talking about process, deductibles has always been based on a single case, whether that case had a reserve of $5,000 or an outcome of $5,000 payout, or $50,000 or $2 million, which is the maximum. Have we ever given thought, has PLP ever given thought of doing tiered deductibles depending upon the payout or the potential of the case for a payout?
I would not have the information on that. I mean, there is tiered deductible right now, but it's not based on what you have alluded to. It's based on the number of cases that have been brought in I believe it's an 84-month period. So that is on page 2. But perhaps if I know that Alan is on this in this meeting as well, if he wants to elaborate on that.
It just seems unfair. I know a friend of mine had a $5,000 payout in the end, and of course she had to pay a $2,000 deductible. Likewise, if you had a $2 million payout, the dentist would pay, the member would pay a $2,000 deductible.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question, Jack. Can you hear me? I was having a little tech issues this morning. Yeah. Joseph is correct. The deductibles are tiered now, but it's not based on the value of the claim. So if you had a $10,000 claim and somebody paid $2,000, or you had a $1 million claim and that was your first claim, you would also pay $2,000. So there hasn't really been any consideration in that regard. I'm not aware of that being done in the industry at all. It is usually if you have a claim, then your deductible is X dollars. It would be the same with your car insurance, for example. If you have $1,000 deductible on your car insurance, it's not higher or lower depending on how much damage you're claiming. So we don't do that. Everybody sort of deserves, you have the minimum deductible. Regardless of the amount claimed, with it, as long as it's within the policy limits, and that seems to be the best way to address these. And if you have multiple claims, then you have a higher deductible. And that's where the risk management piece comes in order to address, practitioners that may have some issues with, claims. So the whole purpose of a deductible, and if you have multiple claims, is that you're invested in the claim and you're invested. The higher your deductible, the more likely you are, the more careful you're going to be, is sort of the theory. If your deductible is only $100, you may not, consider being so careful. So that's sort of the background theory. So I hope that answered your question, Jack.
Thank you, Alan. And by the way, my first accident is a freebie. It's forgiven.
Thank you. I just
We
want
don't have that, and we're not proposing that.
Thank you for that. I just want to redirect council to the motions that we are considering, because I think we're sort of wandering off topic a little bit. So again, I would just like to redirect your focus to the two motions that we will be considering. And if you have questions around that. So having said that, I do have people on my list, but again, just not wandering off, but focused on the motions that we are considering. Nalan, you're first, please.
Well, thank you, Joseph and Alan, for doing this work. And I think it's really important work that you're doing. My question, we're being asked to waive deductions, but my question is, do you have not actual data, but in terms of the step up of deductibles, are the majority of cases people who are using the second, third, fourth step up, are they using that deductible, or are the majority of cases of people who it's their first time? Just a rough idea, please.
Yes. I would defer to Alan on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Joseph. Yes. No. The higher your deductible, the lower the amount of people. By the time you get into a $20,000 deductible, it's a handful of people. The vast majority of people with deductibles, it's the $2,000 level. And once you get to 5, it gets lower. We have those stats somewhere. I just don't have them on my fingertips at the moment. But most people have one claim within 84 months, and that's it. So yes, by the time you get to a 4th level deductible, the amount of people having that is quite low.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 people on my speakers list. I will go to them, and then we will go to the 2 motions that we are being asked to address this council. So first person on my speakers list is Mark Trudell.
Thanks, Mano. And Joseph, thanks for your continued leadership and the great work of your committee on PLP, as well as thank you to staff. I've got 2 questions. One is the step up is reflected as based on an 84-month, 7-year term. Is that ingrained? Is that what's the basis for 84 months as opposed to 60 months? Is that 7 years? Is that tied to legal statute of limitations? The second question I have is, as we consider the future of PLP and we look at the effect of PLP on our financial status as a college, I'm curious as to how these amendments align with what you would find in private sector, in the commercial sector, how those deductibles compare if you were to procure such liability insurance outside of the college in the private sector, and ditto for the step up rationale or methodology. Does it align with what you'd see in the private sector commercially? Thank you.
And Mark, is that question for Joseph?
That's questions for Joseph and staff.
Okay, thank you. So Joseph, I'm going to kick it to you first, and then you can deflect it if you want to.
For sure. Just with respect to the 84 months, I don't believe that it has anything to do with any type of legal statute or it is, whether it's required or not. I'm just referring you to, I just had it here. It's page 93, which spells it out, the 84-month period of your meeting materials. Under I, it does specify 84 months there within the current policy. For the rest, I will defer to Alan about the rest of your question.
Alan?
Yes, thanks. The 84 months is not tied to anything in particular. It's not a piece of legislation. It's just a decision by staff, and I think it went to council when it was extended to 84 months. Prior to that, it was 60 months. And prior to that, it was 36 months. So we could decide what that period is. You can make it longer, you can make it shorter. And the longer it is, the longer people are within a period of time in which they face a step-up deductible. So again, it's just a risk management method, and it is a fairly long time. And if you have a one claim, you have a higher deductible for 7 years. If it was lower, then theoretically, in the insurance world, you're less invested because your higher deductible will be less for a shorter period of time. So to answer your question, no, it's not tied to anything, and I don't want to say it's an arbitrary decision, but it's a carefully calculated decision based on risk management. It is, and as for the step ups and the number, that is, other organizations are similar. The CDSA, for example, has a very similar deductible structure, and I think ours is 2, 5, 10, 20. And they have a 15,000 inserted in there. We're not proposing that because it's a nice flow to have them double, 2,500, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. Did I cover all your questions? Did I miss one?
Just any insight regarding outside of a regulatory college, if you were to procure insurance liability, professional liability insurance, how this step up and the deductibles compare if you're procuring it commercially?
Yes.
In the private sector.
We looked at CDSBI, and their deductibles were very similar to PLPs in the $2,500 range. Quebec was lower, but they have a completely different system and structure, whereby they will increase your fees and your premium based on your claims history, which is more similar to what would happen in the auto world, for example. So we don't have that. So really the only other player is CDSBI, and now, of course, the Alberta College. And checking in with our broker, which is Jones Dis Laurier, this type of structure is what is primarily done in the professional liability world.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alan, and thanks, Joseph.
Thank you. And Alan Bromstein, I saw your hand is up. Do you have a comment to make on Mark's question?
Yes. So in a commercial context where you're not dealing with liability insurance for a professional who obtains this as a benefit for their annual membership fee, firstly, insurance companies can increase the premium. That's something that we cannot do. This is simply a benefit that's received when each individual pays their annual membership fee, and it's of course one that serves and protects the public interest, because then there is a fund, as is required by the RHBA, to ensure that there are money to be paid for claims made by patients on account of negligence. And the other thing in the commercial end is that insurance companies can refuse to insure you. Those are the two risk management tools, I think the major risk management tools that insurers use, but neither of those are available to us the way the program is structured.
Great points, Alan. Thanks for that supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you. And last speaker on the list prior to council addressing the motions is Rod.
Thank you, Hanno. This is maybe a supplementary to Mark's question. And this goes to Joseph and or Alan. The audit committee, and we're being asked to vote on this later on, is about to recommend the formation of an internal task force to look at the whole PLP program and how we manage it and manage risk in particular. My question is there any logic, Alan or Joseph, to delay this decision until we get the results of that task force? Because I think this will probably be part of it in parcel.
Thanks, Rod. Joseph, you first.
Yes, thanks, Rod, for that. I don't think there is a necessity to delay this, because the changes are relatively if you look at them globally, they're relatively modest. It's a $500 difference in terms of the first level of the deductible. And as I expressed earlier, it's tightening up the language of the criteria for reducing and waiving the deductible. So I think these are very modest measures to put in place right now, and it won't actually make that much of a difference in the ongoing work of the PLP committee.
Thanks, Joseph. And Dan, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think Joseph has said it well. I would just suggest that the show still must go on. These are modest changes that won't impact what council will consider this afternoon. And we still have to run the operations, and they've been in the works and been in development for some time. So those would be my comments in terms of whether a delay is necessary or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions and your responses. I just want to highlight for council, we do have a timed item at 10:30. We have 2 motions to address, and we still need to sneak in a little bit of a break. So if I could have motion 2A on the screen, please. That's the first of the 2 motions we are going to consider regarding the PLP, is that the minimum individual deductible of $2,000 be increased to $2,500 effective January 1st, 2023. And if I could have a mover for that, please. Moved by Jack, seconded by Vivian. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. Thank you for that. Second motion for you to consider is motion 2B. That council approves criteria permitting the PLP committee to waive or reduce deductibles owing to the following circumstances: member bankruptcy, member death, the claim against the member, in the opinion of the PLP committee, is without merit, and on compassionate grounds of prolonged or serious illness or other significant difficulties. Those being in such circumstances, the PLP committee may attach conditions, for instance, if the member is not practicing, but applies to be reinstated in the future, the deductible is to be paid at that time. Or if the member holds a license but is unable to maintain a practice, payment could be deferred, example, for 1 year. So again, I would look to a mover for that, please. Moved by Christina, seconded by Nancy. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. Thank you. So what we're going to do now, councils, we are going to have a break. It is only going to be a short 7-minute break because we do have to resume at 10:30 for a timed item. We will be having someone come and join us and speak to us. So we will be resuming promptly at 10:30 to listen to our external speaker. And for those of you virtually joining us, just a reminder, please mute yourself, turn your video cameras off, and we will see you all back at 10:30. So welcome back. Next item on the agenda is a special presentation on the Canada Dental Benefit. This is an item for council's information and discussion. The materials for this topic are found on pages 96 to 97 of your meeting package, and I'm going to turn it over to Dan to introduce our guest. So Dan, over to you, please.
Thank you, Hanno. I said earlier that our next presentation was designed to really provide a context, a federal context for the work that we are doing at RCDSO on access to care. This is a momentous day, December 1st. As all of you know, the federal government has approved legislation to enable the Canada Dental Benefit, and that goes into effect today. And we have with us Lindy Van Amberg, and she's going to provide some context around our access discussions and the new CDB. Lindy is the Director General, Policy and Programs of the Dental Care Task Force for Health Canada. The Dental Care Task Force was established by Health Canada to support the federal government's implementation of its Budget 2022 commitment related to dental care. And Lindy leads the team responsible for policy and program development. She brings 15 years of experience working on healthcare issues at Health Canada, a variety of leadership roles that spanned access to care, wait times, quality of care, and patient safety. And prior to joining Health Canada, Lindy held a variety of positions within the federal government, developing and implementing policy on a range of social issues, including child poverty, early childhood development and childcare, post-secondary education, and challenges facing Canada's seniors. So I'll turn it over to Lindy. We have a short amount of time to hear from her and for some questions, and then we'll move into our access to care discussion. Lindy.
Great, just making sure everyone can hear me.
Yes, we're good.
Yeah, great, okay. And also thank you. I understand somebody will click through the slides. I wasn't going to put you at the mercy of my Zoom skills, which nobody needs this early in the morning. And also apologies, I'm just on the tail end of a cold. So if you can't hear me, let me know. I'll just have a drink of water. Okay, so I'm really excited to be here today. As you mentioned, a pretty big day for us here. It's unusual for us in the bureaucracy to launch a brand new social program, and today that is happening. Just before we get into the slides, just to say, applications opened for the Canada Dental Benefit this morning at 6 a.m. And we are aware that people have already applied and are in queue to have their checks sent out, or virtual checks in most cases. E-transfers is the majority of it, but so it's a real live thing as of today, and that's a very exciting time for us. But very happy to spend a few minutes with you here today to explain a little bit about the benefit and also talk about some of the access issues that led to the creation of the benefit itself. So if we could move into the first slide, that would be incredibly helpful. Okay, so I won't spend a whole lot of time here. I suspect that a lot of this information is very familiar to those of you around the table. But just to flag that oral health is a vitally important component of overall health and well-being, and that the government is moving forward with the interim Canada Dental Benefit as part of the Budget 2022 commitment to provide dental care to Canadians earning less than $90,000 a year, and that this is a first step and is only available for children under the age of 12. The commitment is to eventually move to support for dental care for all Canadians under $90,000 a year. So clearly just this one initial step here being taken today. As you will also be very aware, I'm sure, inequities in access to oral health disproportionately affect children. And these impacts can be more severe when children are in their formative years, and because the consequences of poor oral health in childhood can be lifelong. Oral health issues also have significant economic impacts. For example, the data we have access to suggests that poor oral health leads to productivity losses of over $1 billion and over 2 million missed school days annually. And that assumes that that's the only reason those children are missing school. That is a lot of school days for children who, if they had access and either had the money or had the ability to find a provider in their area, could be at school in a healthy state and learning. So that's a concerning stat for sure. We could move to the second slide, please. So really this benefit is focused on reducing cost barriers to oral health care. And I'll get into how the benefit actually works in a second. But just to say, we're keenly aware that cost is not the only barrier, but it is the largest barrier in terms of what people identify as the reason they're not able to access oral health care. So just to say, 60% of tooth decay is concentrated in the poorest 36% of Canadians. And I would imagine those numbers are deeply reflective of the situation in Ontario as well, but those are national numbers. In 2018, 22% of Canadians, so close to 7 million people at the time, reported avoiding an oral health care professional because of the cost. And those without dental insurance were 3 times more likely to report that they had an unmet dental care need than those who did have insurance. Not to say that those with insurance don't have unmet dental care needs, but just that those who have no insurance at all are much more likely to report high needs. And access to dental care coverage, in addition to being based in, where you live, if you're in a rural area, if you're in a part of a big urban center where there's not a lot of oral health coverage or insurance, we talk about the issue of urban deserts for healthcare. It's equally valid for dental care. Those folks, in some cases can't actually find a provider. Even for folks who are able to find a provider, really the issue is still one of income. So 71% of Canadians who reported they did not have dental coverage had an household income under $90,000 a year. So again, I suspect those stats and those situations you folks are keenly aware of and live the reality of, but just thought maybe it would be helpful in terms of the context of access to care to put some of the lived experience into these broader national numbers. We could go to the next slide, please. So the interim Canada Dental benefit, you may have heard, but I'll assume that you may have not, is a tax-free upfront payment, which provides direct financial support to parents or guardians to get oral health for their children under 12, so 11 and under, essentially. And the amount that families can receive is not adjusted according to the need of the oral health care needs of their child. It is a flat benefit amount depending on the family income. So I won't go through exactly what it is. You can see it on the screen here, but essentially under $70,000 a year of family net income is $650 per child per benefit year that's eligible. And then below that, the amount decreases as your income increases. There will be 2 benefit periods. So the first one, application opened this morning, as I said, bright and early, and will continue to be open until June 30th, 2023. And applications in that period, so that funding received during that period, can be used for oral health care that either has been or will be received by the child between the period of October 1st and June 30th, 2023. As of midnight, June 30th, 2023, no longer can apply for that benefit year, but applications open immediately after for the second benefit year, which will run from July 1st until June 30th, 2024. If we could go to the next slide. So eligibility is probably the biggest question that we get, and I thought I would spend a little bit of time here rather than getting into the nitty-gritty of exactly how the application works and all of that. Happy to answer questions about that, but my assumption was that the high-level eligibility would probably be of most interest to you given your role. So essentially, for applications this year, which, as I said, have just opened, your child, the person applying must have a child in their care who is younger than 12 and who does not have access to private dental insurance. Anyone who says they have access to private dental insurance, the system does not let them continue further in the applications. In all cases, if you have private insurance, you are not eligible for this benefit. They need also to have filed the previous year's tax return and to be in receipt of the Canada Child Benefit for that child. If they're not currently in receipt of the Canada Child Benefit, but they are eligible for it, they will have an opportunity to apply for that benefit and then be able to come back and apply for this one. But in all cases, you need to be in receipt of the first benefit in order to qualify for the second one. You need to have an adjusted annual net family income of less than $90,000 a year. And my Canada Revenue Agency colleagues, are better explaining the technical term, but for the vast majority of Canadians, like vast majority, that is essentially your family net income. The adjusted part is just because there are some legacy issues in the tax system where certain people need to change that number if they've gotten benefits late or if they've got some repayments to make. But for most Canadians, that is your family net income. And this one is one we get the most questions on, so I'll just focus on it for a second, which is to say you need to have or plan to have out-of-pocket oral health expenses on behalf of the child you're applying for, and it has to occur within the benefit period, and you must not have been or not have a way that you will be in the future, be reimbursed by other programs. So it's kind of a complicated way to say that, so let me just say it again in plainer language, which is to say, if you have out-of-pocket expenses, even if you're covered under another program, another government program, you may be eligible here so long as you do have out-of-pocket costs. If the other government program covers your child's needs, you don't have any out-of-pocket costs, then you would not be able to apply for this program because you need to be able to prove that you've had those costs, including, for example, providing receipts. Just last thing here, just to say that, there is some recognition here, and certainly we've had lots of questions about this, that there are existing provincial and territorial programs. Those programs, when setting a national program, part of the challenge is that those programs vary significantly. And it makes the decision was taken to improve equity across those programs so that Canadians who get more or less care from those programs wouldn't be completely excluded from this program, but rather according to their individual circumstance, if they did have out-of-pocket spending, that they could be eligible for this program. We could go to the next slide, please. So again, won't spend a lot of time here other than to say that applications are now open. Person who's interested in applying goes through their CRA My account, which, because you need to get to the Canada Child Benefit first, the vast majority of parents who receive that benefit do so through the My account system. They're familiar with how it works. If for whatever reason they don't have access to that account, they don't have internet, they're not comfortable online, they can by phone apply through the CRA contact centers. And all the regular supports that CRA provides are available in terms of walking people through those processes. And just to say, the vast majority of this information, age of the child, the income level from the previous year's tax return, all of that CRA has that data, and through this legislation, we have permission to use that data for this purpose if somebody chooses to apply. So there's not a lot that the individual needs to enter on their own. It will be pre-populated. If you don't actually have a child in the system, you won't get an application form. But once you get to that stage, there's a little bit more information that needs to be entered. So they'll need to enter the dental care provider, and we say not just dentist, but dental care provider, oral hygienist, and denturist could also be an eligible service here. They need a little bit of information about who that is. They need information about the expected date of the child's appointment. They need information about your employer or that of your spouse or your common law partner, if applicable, of course. And then once those things are entered, there's a series of checkboxes in terms of attestations. You understand you'll need to prove eligibility, that you'll need to keep receipts, all those kinds of things. And if that goes through, then the application gets assessed. Next slide, and then I think that's my last one. So there have been a lot of materials developed and that have been shared, and I'm also happy to get them shared more directly, but they're now all available on canada.ca, including things like posters, questions and answers, what you need to know before applying for the benefit, messaging that stakeholders and others can use, including posters that can go in oral healthcare providers' offices. We also continue to work with social service agencies, other provinces, kind of anybody that we think might be someplace where a family in this income range who does not currently have access to oral healthcare for their child might be, in order to try to get the information out. And we would certainly welcome any support from you or from your members in getting that word out as well. So I think really just to sum up, sorry, there's this other slide that just explains what all is in that kit. So happy to, I'm glad you have that in your materials. But essentially, I'll just sum up and say, the benefit from our perspective is a very important first step in helping Canadian families overcome some of the cost barriers that prevent children from accessing much needed preventative and restorative care. But we are really aware that this benefit, will not fix all of the issues in terms of children's oral health care and their access to it, and anything that any of the other partners that we're working with, including your organization, can do to help make sure that, when children ask, or I guess their parents ask to access that care or trying to get new appointments, we know this benefit could be adding up to 500,000 children across the country into the system, not all for the first time, but some for the first time. And we would really appreciate any support we can get in terms of making sure that those children have access to early appointments, an initial appointment, so they can begin to form good habits about accessing oral health care. Many of them will have never gone before their entire lives. So exciting from that perspective, but also want to make sure that they're supported and that there is access to care, not just financial, but actual physical access to that care when they need it. So happy to take any questions about any of that, or to talk more broadly about access to oral health care in this country, which I could talk about all day long.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak with us, Lindy. We do have a few moments. So if there are people I see, like Rod, your hand is up. Is that because you're okay? So Vivian has a question.
Thank you, Lindy, for
Hannah,
the presentation. Thank you. I was just wondering, the application, you said you can go online or call CRA. And I was wondering, is there any support for language, like if people are not comfortable speaking English, can they
Yeah.
apply?
Yes, of course. So the application form is in English or French. It's a Government of Canada requirement that it be bilingual, but the Canada Revenue Agency has call center operators and others who are comfortable in a wide array of languages, just like they are for any of your income tax needs. The other thing I didn't mention, but is an important point, so thank you for reminding me, is that a lot of the materials, the stakeholder kits and others, have been translated into some of the from a communications perspectives, the most popular languages in terms of requests that we get, including some Indigenous languages and a couple of, I'll get the language wrong, but I'm told it's simplified Chinese and Mandarin and some other, and Punjabi is another, a couple of key languages that we know there's often a request for materials. So those materials are available. The application itself is French English, but there is lots of support from the Canada Revenue Agency for those who need it.
That's great. Thank you, Lindy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rod?
Lindy, very exciting news. Long time coming. Must be a thrill for you at Health Canada. Lots of discussion over this with the government over the last couple of years. Was there any consideration to also rolling this out to adults? And if not, then what was some of the logic not to do so?
Sure. So I, again, as a Health Canada representative, I won't pretend to know exactly all those political conversations, but what I can say is the commitment that was made in the budget did commit to start with children in 2022. And so this benefit is starting with children in 2022. And then the timeline for adults and sort of all families under the $90,000 a year, the commitment was that something would be in place by 2025. So the other part of my job, not just this piece, which also is very exciting, is all the work that is going on behind the scenes to support the government and figuring out how it's going to do that for everybody else, not just the children. So I would say it's coming for adults, not this benefit, but a longer term approach to dental care is coming for adults. But the commitment was to start with children. So that's what the government has followed through on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mark Trudell, I saw your hand go. Do you have a question? Okay, thank you. Mark, you're next.
Great. Thanks, Lindy. Very informative. Much appreciated. Question, do you have an anticipated turnaround time from the time that the application is made for funds to the time that the funds are in the hands of the recipient?
Yep, for sure. So they're paid on a little bit of a cycle, but essentially the application, and sorry, just if this part wasn't clear, this might be helpful as I answer the question. Somebody will know immediately if they've been successful. So they won't sort of apply and then have to wonder. They will know in real time because the system is fairly sophisticated at the Canada Revenue Agency. They'll get a code, you've been sent for processing, you can expect to see a payment in your account in this number of days. So that I think that is going to be really helpful to give people that certainty. The second thing is once they get that code, the commitment is that they would get their payment within 5 days. It partly depends on, they say up to 5 days, if over a weekend we don't process checks, for example. So if they're applying on a Friday, the 5 days gives a window, but most folks we expect it to be 3 to 5 days before that is in their account if they're on direct deposit. And we know that most parents do choose direct deposit, like well over 95% of them. If you're choosing to get a paper check, which is absolutely an option, then we say it could be between 5 and 10 days because it's the kind of production time plus whatever time Canada Post takes to get it into your mailbox.
But that'll translate into an immediate tsunami in terms of workload to the profession. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah. The one thing I would say, and I am aware there will be a lot of initial interest and hopefully that will kind of spread out across in the country in such a way as it's not a huge pressure on any one individual office. But just to say applications open today, but applications stay open, essentially now for 2 years. So we understand there will be key people who, I've got some really numbers. There are people actively applying already today. But there will be a lot of folks who won't know anything about this, and we expect that we will start to see applications gradually over time. And we also hope that that will mean it's not all in one office, all at one time. But we certainly are aware a lot of new patients, depending on where you live, may be looking for support.
Very helpful. Thanks, Lindy.
Thank you. Lindy, I have 4 people on my speakers list. So do you have enough time to address those 4 questions?
Yes, I absolutely do. I just know you also have a packed agenda, so you'll just let me know when I need to speak up, speak more quickly or stop talking.
No, this is fine. So I mean, as I say, 4 people on the list right now. I'm going to start with you, Jack.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Lindy. I am a general dentist who practices in a socioeconomic disadvantaged area in Toronto. And we see a lot of children, we see a lot of adults with caries. It's a small step, the CDP. How will the CDP plan give serious consideration to the prevalence, the etiology of caries? And will the plan stress prevention? And especially because there's so many studies out there, especially with children under the age of 6, where early childhood caries is as much as 98%. So what do we have in place for this plan?
Yeah, thank you. It's an incredibly thoughtful question. If I could answer in kind of 2 parts. One is, I agree, this is a small step. This is just an interim benefit to start to get some money in the hands of parents so that they can go and do initial visits. We are aware that, this amount of money for somebody whose child already has significant needs will not pay for all of those needs, but it's a start for those children, especially those who've never been to the dentist, to at least get in the door, get some x-rays, figure out exactly what the situation is going in their mouth. That's the interim. It's not doing all things, and I think that's pretty clear, but it is a start. The longer term plan is not this benefit. The longer term plan will be a comprehensive national dental care plan that children and others will be eligible for. And in that context, then of course, there's a lot more care that can be provided for somebody who has medical reason for that. And those details for that plan are not yet ready to be announced, but I can provide some reassurance that this small is not the right word, but this, kind of set amount of financial support is not what the limit will be in the long-term plan. Having said that, in the short-term plan, it can be used for any oral health care that a parent and provider thinks is necessary, up to this financial limit, unless the parent is able to pay for additional care, in which case this is funding to them, so they can add that to whatever other funding they have available. We are aware in really low income situations, it will just be this money that's available. So it's a start, as you say. It's not going to fix everything, but the longer term plan, those conversations are being keenly aware of the broader issues, potentially for children, not just children. We hear a lot about seniors and people with disability and others who have high needs, and how the plan might be able to meet those.
Yeah, $260 doesn't really buy much dentistry. And the problem is the etiology of caries. We need prevention.
Yeah. So the prevention, I would just last thing just to say, well, 2 things, I guess. Prevention is absolutely on the radar for the long-term plan. So, I mean, the interim benefit can be used for prevention. And I think the reality is, for this amount of money, prevention is more affordable there than, for example, extensive dental care work. The long-term plan, for sure, prevention will be part of that. The other thing, I didn't talk about it, and it's not an option that becomes available until year 2, but there are provisions in the legislation, and therefore there will be for the benefit, that starting in year 2, families who are discovering that their costs are higher than $650 a year can apply their second year payment to their first year expenses, or they can apply in year 2 and get both of their payments at once if they didn't do it in the first year. So essentially that will double the amount of money that's available for that care. Again, or they can continue to apply one time each year, but over the 2 years, in some cases, it's up to $1,300, which again, doesn't meet all needs, but does buy a little bit more than just the one-time amount.
Thank you. Next is Mark Eckler.
Thank you very much, Lindy, for thoughtful and making this available in a succinct explanation. The question is, you were talking about, does the potential patient, they have to put in the name of the provider, the date of the appointments, and they're going to be required to upload receipts, or you alluded to may have to show receipts? Is it a may, or is it a requirement?
So name of a provider requirement. the date of the appointment is actually just the month and the year of the appointment, but you have to be able to demonstrate it's within the benefit period. So, you can't use it for care that you got 2 years ago. And if it's care you plan to get 2 years from now, you'll need to wait and apply in that time frame. Those are mandatory fields. In terms of receipts, there's the individual has to attest, is perhaps not the right word. They certify or acknowledge that they're aware that they will have to prove their eligibility, including that they had out-of-pocket expenses, and they'll need to provide receipts if they're asked for them. So the Canada Revenue Agency, much in the way they do for the tax system, you don't upload every single thing, but they have a really robust system of verification, and that will be used in the same way for this particular benefit. So if asked, you need to produce just like you do for, the tax system. And if you don't produce, then there are consequences and penalties there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm aware of the time. We have 2 more speakers on the list, so I would ask that they are sort of succinct questions and answers. And council, please rest assured that if you have further questions, they will be addressed by staff, or staff can sort of send you in the right direction. So next on my speakers list is Sandy.
Thank you, Heno. Thank you, Lindy. I will be very brief. Thank you so much for attending today. Quick question in terms of ensuring the funds go for the intended purposes. Is there a follow-up? And if you sign up year 2, do you ask, did you use those funds? How do you handle that?
So same answer as the last one. So the Canada Revenue Agency, if you're selected, then you need to provide all of that information. If you're found not to have been compliant in year 1, then you're not allowed to apply for year 2 for any of your children. But there are also very clear penalties and consequences, and they're set out on the website when you're applying. So much like other tax system that CRA uses, they'll use the same tools in this particular situation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And last person on the list is Nancy.
I had similar questions which have already been addressed. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Lindy, on behalf of council and staff, I would like to thank you very much for taking the time to attend today. I think it's been most informative. And council, just to let you know, there are more resources available on the Government of Canada website. Search for Canada Dental Benefit on canada.ca. And as I said earlier, if you have other questions, you can also reach out to the college, and hopefully staff will be able to address those. So Lindy, thank you again for attending, and have a good remainder of the day.
Great. Thank you so much for having me and for the thoughtful questions. And just one quick to say, my understanding is that your college received all of those materials as well as in other forms. And so if the website's not the most convenient, they may be able to make them available, or I'm certainly happy to work with them to make that possible.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Dan, do you have anything that you wanted to add before we move on?
Just to offer my thanks to Lindy as well. It certainly, it was really helpful for council to hear that, as I said, to set the stage for our conversations. And I know that Lindy's also very conscious of, the federal versus provincial and territorial expectations. The national regulatory bodies, or the national federations of the regulatory bodies, has been invited to a meeting that's coming up tomorrow. So as chair of the CDRAF, I will be attending a roundtable with Minister Duclos, and there will be a number of questions asked about this plan and some of the implications for the oral health regulators. So I just wanted to make that clear as well. Thank you very much, Lindy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Lindy. So I am aware that we did go a little over on this topic, but I think there was very sort of fulsome question and discussion. So hopefully council found that helpful. The next item on the agenda is a strategic matter, and we will be moving into breakout rooms for more in-depth discussion. Council will be provided with information on a proposed scope and focus of a new work on access to care. This item for council's discussion will be found on pages 98 to 107 in your materials. I'm going to turn things over to Andrea to provide council with a brief introduction to this work. What will happen then is we will move into breakout groups for about 20 minutes and then return to full council for a report following that. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Andrea.
Thank you so much, Heno. This is an exciting issue, and really, really great to be able to have this discussion with all of you, especially given what we've just heard from Lindy. So it's an exciting time to be doing this work. I'm going to move through a very, very short deck. We have some time allotted here. And Hanno, I just want to, before I launch in, I just want to check in. We had allotted 45 minutes. I know we are a bit behind, but if you're okay, maybe we maintain the timelines that we had. And if we can make up some time later on, that would be great. Okay, I'm seeing you nod. This is an important issue, and I want to make sure, Council, that you have time to discuss. So, Angelo, if you could advance the slide, please. So, as Hannah mentioned, the focus today, and you have this in your briefing materials, is we're starting to do some early thinking around our strategic project for access to care. And I've just recaptured here the pillar that this will principally fit under, which is professionalism, although it has roots in other pillars, and a very high level description of the project. This is not, just to be clear, this is just what appears in the action plan. We are still building out a detailed project charter that will be comprehensive, and we'll get into more concrete details. Next slide, please, Angelo. In your briefing note, you have what I've kind of titled preliminary thinking, because it is just that. It's some early ideas and an initial thinking around what this work could look like. There's two elements to it. There's a proposed scope of the project. So some streams of work that we're proposing would be encompassed in this project, and then some proposed activities. And those start most specifically at page 101 of your council package, if you want to use that as a reference sheet. Next slide, please, Angelo. Today, this is about us getting some really early feedback from all of you. The focus of this session, we've budgeted a generous amount of time, 45 minutes for this item. We want to spend the bulk of that having you be in discussion and sharing ideas. So what we're going to ask you to do is look at two things. Give us some thoughts on the proposed scope of this work, and then give us some thought on the proposed activities of the work. And again, that's page 101 of your briefing note in the council package. Next slide, please, Angela. This is what it's going to look like. As Hannah said, in a moment, we are going to have you broken out into small groups. One group will stay in this main council room so that we can continue to live stream that discussion, and our observers and guests can sit in and listen. We're going to give you 25 minutes to discuss as a small group those two elements, the scope of this work and the proposed activities. You will have a member of staff act as a facilitator, and they will be taking notes. We'll collect all of those notes, and we'll be really looking through those and as we go ahead and work on a project charter. So staff will take care of note taking. I have approached a council member from each group to ask them to act as a designated spokesperson. So you know who you are, and thank you very much. That comes in handy because once the 25 minutes has elapsed, we're going to come back together as a big group in this main room again and spend about 15 minutes sharing highlights from the discussions that you just had. And this isn't meant to be comprehensive. This is about sharing a couple highlights from your discussion so that we can all get a sense of what went on in the small groups. So without further ado, I'm going to stop there. Or I believe, Angela, would you advance just to see if there's one additional slide? No, okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Without further ado, and with our thanks in advance, we're going to have you go off to your small groups, and really looking forward to your thoughts and comments.
Okay, thank you. I've got a notice that everyone is back. So thank you all and welcome back, Council. What we're going to do now in the next few minutes is I'm going to ask the the leader or the person who took the notes in each group to simply highlight either one, at most two of, questions, comments, or concerns. Please rest assured that all of your questions, comments, and concerns have been noted by a staff member. All of that material will be shared, but what we are looking for now is simply for each group to share one, but a maximum of two sort of highlights in terms of the discussion that you had. And I'm just going to go in the order from 1 to 4. So I'm going to start with you, Jack. If you could simply then, within less than 3 minutes, please, share with council 1 or 2 comments that were made in the group that you sort of were overseeing.
We had a lot of comments, but to distill it down, we talked about access to care is going to lead to more demand. We know that. And we're concerned about the staffing, the auxiliaries in particular, whether there's going to be enough. Will the adults, seniors, for instance, will the adults and the seniors and other groups, will they be shoved to the back of the bus because all of a sudden there's a new shiny program that's come around, the CDB? There's only so much manpower. And so some may become better access to care and others may be less access to care. And to do that, we need proper data. And the thing is, we're concerned because the government, maybe the college, needs to provide the data because we don't know where the need is in the population. We don't know if the need is in local areas, if it's north or downtown Toronto. And if we have limited resources, and it is very limited as a start, and we're all happy for this program, we need to know where the real need is so that we can put our resources, we can focus our resources better on that need. And I guess really that's the most important point that I want to bring about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. So I would now look to Joseph for you to sort of do the same, 1 or 2 highlights from Group 2's discussion. Joseph, please.
Similar to what Jack had said, that theme did arise in our group. Our group definitely emphasized the need to focus on stakeholder engagement, that is going to be critical. Also in the context of human resource planning, that is going to be, that is another area of emphasis because of, as Jack had alluded to, the need for more of that auxiliary staffing. So those are, what was really highlighted in our group was the need to take a collaborative approach to this. It needs to be taken out of a punitive realm and really look at bringing all interested parties together, looking at solutions, sharing resources, and really and information and statistics, and really tackling the problem through more of an incentive structure. I guess I could probably say, carrots rather than sticks. That is the approach that should be favored. There was a noted interest or preference for the focus in terms of the proposed activities in terms of continuing education points, that is the type of incentive structure that could in fact be helpful in addressing access to care on a long-term basis.
Thank you, Joseph. And next I would be looking to Nancy, if you could sort of provide 1 or 2 salient points from Group 3's discussion.
Sure, thank you. So our thoughts in regards to the proposed scope, we felt that we would like to see a broader definition of various barriers tabled as maybe one of the blocks. So for example, the mental, the medical, the physical disability barriers, not just the financial, because we feel that much of this document revolved around just the financial barriers. And so that's one area that we would like to see focused on. And in regards to our thoughts with respect to the proposed activities, we all felt that the document is moving in the right direction. But one area that we felt could be addressed is under the relevant streams of work. We would love to see the added proposals of action. So for example, what are the next steps? We felt that there's a lot more discussion in regards to stakeholder engagement, but we wanted to see a more fulsome action plan that includes what actions are to be taken. That's it.
Great, thank you so much. And lastly, I'm going to turn to you, Mark, if you could highlight one or two comments from Group 4, please.
Great, thanks, Hanno. So the scope, our team was totally in support of the scope proposed and advanced by the college. You'll recall there are 4 pillars to that scope: stakeholder engagement, information sharing, defining dentistry's role to facilitate access to care, and highlighting good practice in the community. We support all 4. We zoomed in on 2 of those in terms of proposed activities: information sharing and collection and coordination. We advocate for improved data collection and sharing. Metrics are the basis for any models and any development of a more efficient delivery of service. So data collection, data dissemination, dotted line, solid line between practitioners to the college in terms of practitioners who are caring for patients, who are on public support programs, and that information is fed back to the college. So there's metrics and data available to build these programs out. As an example, the other is the information sharing also is in relation to the public at large. On the college's website, there's a well-defined layout by region of province as to where clinics exist, all 22 of them in various municipalities of the province of Ontario, where access to care is available through those specialized clinics. The issue is to get that information out effectively to the public, as opposed to the public, incumbent upon the public to go to the college's website to find it and access it. Dissemination and awareness, greater awareness to the public. So that's touch points on information, touch points on dentistry's role. The role of dentistry and the college is not to focus on problems, but rather focus on solutions. The disparity between fee schedules, which is a root cause of some underlying issues, is not to focus so much on rectification of the fee schedules. We know the ODA and others are working towards that. It's rather to focus on solutions. An example thereof is those clinics we just spoke about, advancing the development of models that are really effective in terms of the execution delivery of the service, such as the Right Clinic that has been spoken to previously here in London, Ontario, but also maybe looking at the public health units in the province of Ontario and the development of those clinics under that umbrella with regard to the delivery of that service in conjunction with the role of professional dentists in Ontario who are responsible for the delivery of the execution of the service. So that's a high-level summation. Hanno, thanks for the opportunity to speak to these issues.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you all, Council, for your considered comments and the discussion that you had in your groups. And again, just to remind you that if you did not hear a concern or an opinion expressed, all of the comments that you made, all the questions or concerns that you had in your group have been documented. All that will be brought back to staff and will be part of the ongoing process as this moves forward. And Andrea, before we move on, do you have any closing comments that you would like to make?
Yeah, thank you, Hanno, and thank you to all of you for the engagement. Just to reiterate, our next steps is we are going to sort of comb through the notes from the sessions today and really look at that in terms of formulating a project charter for this work. So just for the group, and I think it was Nancy's group who said, you know, there aren't specific actions. That's by design. We're not there yet. We are going to be building out a project charter that will have more detail and we'll get into deliverables. This is just a very early engagement, so council can provide us some feedback on the direction and so on. So more to come. Project charter will be developed, and we'll be relying on your feedback and that of the executive committee as we build that out. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. And council, we have one item left before lunch break. And I mean, I think it's going to be a relatively quick item. So that's why we think we will sort of make sure we squeeze it in before we break for lunch. It's on pension de-risking. The information in your package will be found on pages 108 to 111. This is an item for decision. I'm going to ask Jeff to sort of lead us through the PowerPoint, and then we have two motions that council is being asked to consider. So Jeff, I'm turning it over to you now, please.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. So we're just going to provide some highlights of what's been described in the briefing note. And we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is just the current state, really a snapshot of what the college's pension plan looks like. We have a defined benefit or DB component, which is closed to employees, but which still carries a great deal of risk with it. And we have two DC components. So depending on when a staff member joined the college, they may be in one or the other. By the end of the year, there's only going to be 5 active employees in the DB plan. And on the DC side, then there's a non-contributory plan, which is older, has 8 members, and the current plan where the employee and the employer contributions are matched. That has 116 people in it. Next slide, please. So staff undertook an analysis to investigate options to reduce the risk and costs of the pension plan, particularly the DB plan. So, which includes, the risk, the costs. We also have a full audit on pension financial statements. So we would like to simplify all those things. And you can see some of the objectives of what we want to accomplish. The last point is more a note. So by June 2024, there will only be 2 active members of the defined benefit plan. So it doesn't make sense for the college to manage this non-core activity in-house, spend significant dollars, and retain all the risk that comes with a DB plan for 2 staff members when there's other options available. And we'll go through those. Next slide, please. This just gives a snapshot of the costs that running a DB pension entails. And they're all listed on the slide there, so I won't read them out. But the average over 4 years would be about $250,000 per year. So it's not a small amount. That excludes staff time, which can be significant. And if we can save some dollars here, that's always a goal for the college, and something we're always striving to do. Next slide, please. So over the past few years, the pension committee has been working to de-risk the pension plan. So back in 2007, the plan was closed to new staff. So everyone since that time is in the DC plan. We also implement an ALM, also known as the asset liability management model, or liability-driven investing. So you match your investments to the liability rather than the other way around. There's not a lot of other things we can do to de-risk the pension while we maintain a DB plan. But there are options to exit the plan and sell the assets, reducing one of the largest financial risks facing the college today. Next slide, please. So we considered a number of options. Status quo, we can do nothing. That doesn't achieve any of the stated priorities, doesn't reduce risk or costs, and we feel there's better options. We could wind up the plan. That's not really an option either. We're not going to take the pension plan away from staff, and it doesn't achieve the options we're looking for either. Outsourcing or purchasing an annuity are viable options. So we'll quickly go through those. Next slide, please. So we reviewed several plans when we were thinking about outsourcing and did some analysis on this. So you can see the organizations we talked to or got information from at the top: Manulife, RBC, Hoop, CAT, places like that. So, you know, we did a lot of analysis on that, and CAT was the preferred option. So CAT is the plan for like colleges, but they have opened that up to really any organization because they want to grow their pool of pension plans. And we engaged some consultants to assess whether CAT met the college's goals. And there's certainly many benefits by merging with CAT, but there's also some costs and risks that our consultant identified. And one of the main things I think is the complexity of our plan makes a merger challenging, and the price keeps escalating. So we had 3 pricing exercises with CAT in the past 18 months, and each one was more expensive than the last. And one reason for that is the college can't compete with CAT investment returns. They have, it's a different stratosphere. They're in the billions and they have private equity and all sorts of things. And that's one of the indicators that determines the cost. And so we would expect future prices will continue to rise for CAT. However, if the DB plan was gone from the college's books, it would be much easier to join in the future. Next slide, please. So annuity was the 4th option there, and this is the one that we are going to recommend. So what's an annuity? Typically, you sell your future payouts to pensioners to an insurance company. They take on that responsibility and they own that liability. So annuities provide the best way to eliminate risk for the college because we no longer have any obligations to the DB plan. However, you cannot annuitize active members. So for those 5 people, those active members, they would have to come out of the DB plan one way or another. So the plan is to do that by freezing future earnings for the DB plan. So we'll give 2 years notice for those 5 members that we're going to change the plan. And after the 2-year notice, the DB members will not accrue any future service. And then they will move into the DC plan. They don't lose their defined benefit pension, that stays intact. There's no negative impact to what they've already earned. And as I mentioned previously, the freeze of the DB accrual will only impact 2 members. And that's because of the 5 members, 3 will reach age 65 before the 2-year notice period is up. And they can start to draw on their pension once they reach that age. Next slide, please. So there's 2 types of annuities. There's a buy-in and a buyout. A buy-in is where you sell the annuities in advance. So you strike the deal now, but it's enacted later. In our case, it would be 2 years. A buyout is you sell the annuities when the deal is struck. So it happens immediately. So it's really a choice between those 2. And we have to consider whether interest rates are attractive enough that there's comfort doing the deal now to enact 2 years in the future. So we lock in a good price and good interest rates. Or you wait 2 years to strike the deal when rates might be higher, but they also might be lower. So in the buy-in annuity, which is what we are going to recommend, the plan operates normally for the 2-year period. Then the buy-in switches to a buyout, and the pension obligation is discharged and moved to the insurance company. So based on where interest rates are now, we feel the timing has lined up well for us. and we're recommending buying an annuity. A year ago, we did not and would not consider this because rates were at a much different level at that point, and they have been for the past number of years. But we know this is much more popular in the industry now. Next slide, please. So these are some of the benefits associated with this. It really satisfies our objectives and results in significant risk mitigation. If we can move the DB plan out, it achieves efficiencies and frees up staff time and saves costs. So the plan, as I mentioned, is complicated at college with a DB component and two DC components. Makes it difficult to make changes, such as outsourcing without many complicating factors. So the annuity option considers moving all staff to a DC plan in the future in 2 years, which will make future changes easier to enact if we want to do any of that in the future. Next slide, please. So with the strong interest rates, market annuities have become much more attractive. We did take an illustrator pricing exercise with Industrial Alliance, and the cost was $82,000. So that quote provided really great insight into what we could expect if we went to market. And I think a full RFP would almost certainly provide better pricing. And the $82,000, that's a one-time cost. That's not annual. So once the DB obligations are moved to an insurance company, the pension plan would come off our books. So there would be an adjustment in our financial statements in 2025, but we would probably, depending on the size, we would probably treat that as an extraordinary item. Next slide, please. So this gives a little, the chart gives a little bit of summary of the options. You can see for past DB service, the group annuity has the most check marks and is the best option to eliminate past service risk, minimize administration, and help minimize future employer risk as well. The status quo beside that doesn't deal with any areas of risk or efficiencies. And for future service on the right hand of the slide, both CAT and the college plan are reasonable options. But again, we wouldn't need to assess those until probably 2 years down the road when the DB plan is moved over to an insurance company. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, management believes the time is right and the interest rates are good to pursue a buy-in annuity. We need to inform the 5 active staff in the DB plan of the changes before the end of the year, that 2-year notice period. And we've already started that process by providing some information to those members. And the change in the plan will require amendments to the plan, and then we'll come back to council for approval and then be submitted to the regulatory agencies, CRA and FSRA. And then we would do in Q1 of next year a full RFP and hopefully able to lock in very favorable rates, and then the buy-in would switch into a buy-it after 2 years. And the pension plan for the DB side would then be covered by an insurance company. Next slide, please. So we have 2 motions for council's consideration, so we can move forward with the process. This same presentation was made to the Pension Governance Committee, and they expressed support for this approach. And those are my comments. So I'll hand it back to Hannah.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And just for information, council, we will be voting on each of those 2 motions separately. But before we pull the first one up again on the screen, are there any questions for Jeff? Jamie.
Yeah, thank you, Hanno, and thank you, Jeff. I chair the Pension Governance Committee, and I just want to say publicly that Jeff and team have done a fantastic job at looking at all the options. Incredible amount of work and presentations and questions, and I commend the committee as well. This was a unanimous decision to put forward the annuity solution to de-risk the pension plan. In the world outside of the college, I can tell you that higher interest rates have made the annuity option very clear to most organizations who have DB plans. So I certainly fully support this as chair of the governance committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Jamie. Peter, next to you, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering, either Jamie or Jeff, as a retiree, are there any changes that they are going to see from their end? Is there any extra risk that they take on because of these changes?
They take on no extra risk. The only thing they would see is they're paid from an insurance company rather than from Industrial Alliance. So just where their money comes from is the only change. It will be pretty seamless to them.
Thank you. And there's no change in the money that they're getting paid at all?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Thanks, Peter. And Joseph, you're next.
Yes, just following up on what Peter said, can you just repeat again, and just in terms of for the current DB members, would there be any disadvantages or risks for them in this option?
Right. Okay, so for there's 5 members currently in the plan. 3 will reach 65 within the 2-year notice period. So we're really talking about 2 people. There will be there will be an impact, but their pension is safe for the DB side, and then we'll move into the DC side then. So it's not like we're abandoning their pension. We're trying to provide some really fair supports for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions. So at this point in time, if I could ask to have motion 3A put on the screen, please, for council's consideration. Motion 3A, that council approve the proposed redesign of the pension plan as set out in the briefing note, including the proposed annuity purchase process. So I am looking for a mover to that. Mark Eckler, seconded by Richard. Oh, sorry, Mark Trudell, do you have a question?
Oh.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. Thank you. And if I could ask to have motion 3B put up on the screen, please. That council approve the proposed changes to the pension plan, and more specifically, the changes to the defined benefit segment as set out in the briefing note, on the understanding that those changes would be effective January 1st, 2025. And again, I'm looking for a mover for that, Brian Smith, seconded by Usama. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. So we have accomplished a significant chunk of work this morning, Council. Thank you so much. We do still have a packed afternoon agenda. So we're going to be, hopefully with your indulgence, shortening lunch a little bit. So I would ask you all to be back for a start at 12:45. For council members, simply mute yourself and turn off your videos. That's all you need to do. For those watching today via YouTube, we will be stopping the live stream for lunch, but we'll be resuming it again just before 12:45. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you all back here at 12:45. Welcome back all. Thank you for coming back. Next on the agenda is the operating and capitals budget for 2023. Every year, staff develops a budget that includes both operating and capital components. This item is for decision. The materials are at pages 112 to 126 of your meeting package. Ben Lynn, Chair of the FPA, will make some opening comments, and then Jeff will take counsel through these materials. So Ben, I'm going to turn it over to you first, please.
Thank you, Hanno. I would like to thank the FPA committee members, Jamie Colliver, Peter Deline, and Sandy Venditti for their commitment to this committee and the work that we do. I would also like to thank the audit committee for their participation in finance and budget discussions, chaired by Mark Eckler with members Rod Stableford, Amelia Chan, and Sandy. I would also like to acknowledge all the hard work that Jeffrey Goldberg, Kelly Tripp, Sharon Reinhardt, and the rest of the finance team for preparing all the materials for your review today. Management has prepared a responsible budget for 2023, and the committee was pleased to see that the budget package includes an investment in strategic projects for the new strategic plan, a multi-year forecast, and a strategy to deal with the underfunded operating reserve. FPA undertook a detailed review of the 2023 budget and are recommending a surplus operating budget of $1.6 million and a capital budget of $2.5 million to council. Our CFO, Jeffrey Goldberg, will present budget highlights that supports the materials in the briefing note, and then we can take questions from council.
Thank you, Ben. So if we can get the slides on the screen, please. Great, thank you. So before we move to the budget slides, I'd just like to personally thank Ben for his leadership and support as the FPA chair over the past few years. He's done an excellent job. So as Hanno mentioned, the materials start on page 112 in the council package, and there are a few attachments that support the BN. Appendix A is the operating budget material. B is the CPMF evidence for the funding of strategic projects, which is a requirement of the CPMF. Appendix C is the capital budget, and Appendix D is the multi-year forecast, which includes 2024 and 2025. Next slide, please. So each year we develop principles to guide the budget process, and these were presented to FPA before the process commenced and were communicated to budget holders. So quickly to go through it, one is present a surplus budget, and we are doing that today. Two was account for the membership fee increase, which happened in September. Three was, again, the CPMF requirement that we are demonstrating how we fund strategic projects, and that's on Appendix B. Four is continue to operate in a hybrid model. So the guidance to budget holders was 3/4 of the meetings remote and 25% in person. And the last, develop a well-structured capital budget for infrastructure that's distributed over a number of years. So this budget we're presenting today is consistent with those 5 principles. Next slide, please. So we are pleased to present an operating budget surplus of $1.6 million, of course, primarily due to the fee increase. And that's allowed us some significant financial flexibility as well, and has helped ensure we have the funding to meet the college's regulatory mandate, to plan for strategic and operational projects, and to fund PLP. The college is also presenting a capital budget, as we do each year, for major projects and one-time investments, such as significant technology or facility expenditures. And we'll talk about the impact of the budget and forecast on the operating reserve. Next slide, please. So we have some good news here. So after 6 years of deficits, we are, turning the corner and forecasting surpluses for the next 3 years. So the 2023 budget is highlighted in different color just to make it easier to identify. And you can see the surpluses we're forecasting for the next 3 years, 1.6 million, 1.8 million, and then 1.9 million in 2025. And we'll discuss the forecast a little later in the slides, but these are very positive indicators for the college. Next slide, please. So this has a lot of information in it, but this was in the slide deck when we present the proposal for the fee increase. So we thought it's important to revisit this slide to ensure we've managed all the problems we were trying to solve in this budget. So we've added text in red to try and demonstrate that each issue and risk has been dealt with as well as possible. And I say as well as possible because if you look at number 3, the first one, the loss provision volatility, we can't control the volatility of what cases come in, but we can manage more effectively by increasing the budget to a reasonable amount. We've attempted to do that in this budget. Next slide, please. So on the revenue side, we're up 20% or $6.5 million. Large amount because of the annual membership fee increase, but we've also increased the membership numbers. There's a forecast of an increase there, and our other revenue streams are also forecasted to increase. So CT scanning, sedation, and HPCs, which are health professional corporations. The risky revenue stream is the investment income. We've had some terrific years in results. This one is, we've set a modest return for our ETFs, which is really our equity component of 2%. And we know GICs and bonds have increased returns, certainly from where the rates were a few years ago. Next slide, please. So expenses are up 12% or 4.2 million. However, 2.5 million of that was to bring the PLP loss provision up to the sufficient amount. So if you exclude that, expenses are only up 4%, which I think is quite good in the environment we're in. Particularly when you consider inflation and the impact it's had on the college and everyone in Canada and in many countries. We've experienced increases across the board due to energy increases, supply chain disruptions, and professional service increases as talent becomes more expensive to retain. When knows the Bank of Canada, rate hikes are attempting to cool the economy, but it will take time to get back to a more normal state. We have some specific slides on workforce and PLP, but I did want to do a bit of a shout out for technology. And technology advances, a robust infrastructure, and a strong cybersecurity posture are all remain critical for the college. And we need to maintain our investment in IT to keep pace. And Dan mentioned the PCRA backlog. That was a key initiative in 2022 to deal with that. They've made tremendous progress on eliminating the backlog. We just need to ensure that PCRA is adequately staffed so it doesn't reoccur in the future, because they deal with a lot of cases. Next slide. So our salaries are 50% of our operating expenses. Many colleges would have a higher percentage, but they don't run a PLP program. But this is our most valuable resource. And the compensation philosophy for the college is to be in the median of Ontario health regulators, not a compensation leader, but not the lowest either, sort of the middle of the pack. And staff increases are required to retain skilled staff and our talents while combating external factors in the employment market, which we know can be fierce So we usually use CPI in our budget development for staff increases, but we realize 7.9% is not, it's not reasonable. But we tried to manage what's affordable while rewarding staff for performance. And the budget does include some dollars for additional positions on the regulatory side to make sure we're keeping pace with the level of work we have. Next slide, please. So it's still a very strong labor market with low unemployment and hovering around 5%, which can make recruitment much more difficult, as talent is in high demand and employees have more options than they ever used to have. So on the turnover side, many organizations consider an acceptable range around 10%. Different organizations have different rates, but 10% is a good benchmark. 2021 was much higher than normal. I think there was probably some pent-up demand from 2020. And our 2022 turnover rate may be considered a little high, as we're already at 10% after 3 quarters or 9 months. And it's costly to bring in new staff and train them up to get to a reasonable productivity level. And staff retention is really important to the college's success. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of the cost of the PLP program. I think Council's seen this slide several times. It's averaged around 30% of the college's budget since 2018. And the 2022, this year's loss provision was set at 5.5 million. So that might be insufficient, but it might be just the right number. The problem is we won't know this until March, until the actuaries do their work on that number. So we've discussed several times about the need to fund PLP adequately, and so it doesn't eat into the regulatory side. And for the past several years, the budget hasn't been sufficient. So the loss provision has significantly exceeded the budget consistently. So based on that history, we set the budget for 2023 at 8 million, which we think is a good number. We certainly hope the number is actually less, but now we're more protected for this expense. Next slide, please. It's just a quick summary. Sometimes we show this in more detail, but I think this is summarized numbers are also useful. So although you'd like to drive PLP down again, spend more on the regulatory side, this seems like a pretty reasonable allocation of costs for us. And the regulatory piece does include policy and communications. Next slide, please. So we'd like to show some savings each year as part of the budget process and presentation. So we've identified some here, legal fees in particular. So PCRA had a big reduction in their legal budget. They underwent a RFP for prosecution services and advice to ICRC and staff, and have cut their budget by 190,000. And the Office of the Registrar, the lawsuit that we had hanging for many years, was settled in 2022. So we've reduced the budget accordingly for that as well. ICRC per diems are down as the backlog is reducing, and there will be fewer panels in 2023. And you can see some of the changes in savings and operations in facilities. So 718,000 in just these 3 areas is pretty good. And we continue to work to reduce costs. We just went through the pension, which eventually will reap those savings as well. And we are always negotiating contracts and implementing more efficient business processes. Next slide, please. So there are some considerations and risks we need to talk about. First is the operating reserve. So that is underfunded by $5 million. So to have a fully funded operating reserve is a requirement from CPMF. And we reported a few years in a row that we will fund it within 3 to 5 years, but we haven't made a lot of headway in that yet. And we know the government intends to publish benchmarking on the CPMF, and the government may question why we're still not complying, particularly when many other colleges are reporting compliance. We checked the CPMF of 10 colleges, and all of them reported compliance. So we may be an outlier in that category. And funding the reserve was specifically recommended by the external auditor last year in their year-end letter. So this will require sustained surplus results to fully fund the reserve. Second, we have not built funding into the budget for externally driven disruptors, such as government-imposed modernization, which is anticipated, but the timing is unknown, so it's difficult to budget for, as well as unanticipated supply chain disruptions. An example of that is in 2022, Microsoft increased their prices across the board 10 to 25% for all their services without warning. So it's very difficult to account for that. Now, we've talked about staff turnover and the need to focus on retention. Again, staff have more options than ever before, and we need to respect that. And the global markets have been facing tightening monetary policy, slowed economic growth, and persistent geopolitical tensions. In the next slide, we'll identify some of the impacts of those. Next slide, please. So this is a slide we borrowed from our pension investment manager. It plots performance in bonds and equities since 1999. So 2022, you can see, is a real outlier year for the markets. There's no safety in bonds or equities, and real estate values are starting to fall. So we're hoping 2023 moves into a different quadrant and is less volatile next year. But we may be in a recession. We may still be battling high inflation. We'll just have to wait and see. And which is why we've been a little conservative on our investment projection for next year. Next slide, please. So the forecast is attached as appendix, I think it's D. And our initial estimate, when we did the fee proposal, we did some forecasting associated with that. And the fee increase generated a surplus of $687,000. So we've more than doubled that with our budget of 1.6 million surplus. And I think a large part of that is probably the savings we just looked at a few slides ago. So we will still rely on good investment returns and cost reductions to reach these targets. We have seen how important investment income is to reach year-end budgets. So I'm not going to go through all the adjustments or the assumptions in the multi-year forecast. They're all identified on that page, but we can certainly deal with any questions anyone may have on how that was developed. Next slide, please. So our capital budget is in Appendix C. So we invest in technology each year to improve on the operating side, but we also have larger projects. So to improve efficiency and automate processes, we look at our major technology assets. So that includes the Bridge, our case management system, PET, our practice enhancement tool, and ePortfolio. So we'll be investing in each of those next year. We're also planning a redesign of our internal intranet, the Junction, which is the primary communications tool for staff. Now, we also have some dollars set aside to start the modernization of the office space at the college. And we're setting some dollars aside to make sure we equip our meeting rooms with the right technology to support hybrid meetings. And I've listed the chiller specifically because it's a big dollar amount. It's $200,000, and it's like 24 years old. It needs replacement. It's really struggling. So each year we have some other plan building improvements budget. Next slide, please. So next steps are really to continue to enhance our forecasting models and report to the new FAR committee and on quarterly results and any risks that arise during the year. And on the next slide, we have the motion we'll be asking council to consider. So the operating capital budgets as presented. And then on the last slide, Ben or Kelly or I would be happy to take any questions, and I'll turn it back to Hannah.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And at this point in time, I will look to see if any members of council have questions to ask about the presentation that Jeff just walked us through. Mark Trudell.
Great, thanks, Hannah. Fantastic report, Jeff. Congrats to you and as well the members of the committee. Quick question, the multi-year forecast in the notes that were provided, it assumes a surplus, and the surplus is highly reliant on good investment returns. So I'm curious as to what that target is. And if we were to quantify the ROI, what is the target that defines good investment returns?
Let me just move to that slide. Well, it's tricky. I mean, we had several years of 1.9 million, we had 2.2 million. This year we're struggling, obviously. So we think we have a very detailed budget broken down on what we're investing in, what we're going to recover in ETFs, what we're going to get in dividends, what we'll receive from each of our income products. I don't have that in front of me right now, but generally 1.5 to 1.6, like those should be very reasonable targets. Like we're seeing GICs and then corporate bonds being very high, and the ETFs, they're still paying dividends, and hopefully they'll reach a bottom and start to generate some gains, but those are really held for long term as well. We have no intent to buy and sell equities. I don't know, hopefully that helps, but we can provide more detail on each of the assumptions if you want.
Thanks, Jeff. I just noted in the balance sheet year over year, the cash position changed substantially. And I'm presuming much of that cash was essentially reinvested in the current fiscal year. So that's what triggered the question. Where's that money being parked? I don't want to dive too deep in the details, but thanks for that.
But that's a good question. So I really look at cash, short-term and long-term investments together. So you can see cash is way down. Actually, I'm going to ask. Yeah, so if you add the two together, if you add cash and long-term investments, you'll get like 47 versus 48. So you're right, more has gone into the long-term investments.
Well done. Thanks so much, Jeff.
Thank you. Judy, you're next on my list. Judy, you're muted.
That is so unlike me. Okay, so thank you, Hanno, and again, thank you, Jeff. Really good presentation. I did just have a couple of questions, I think. Very, very simple questions about page 116 of the package, summary of revenue over expenses.
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering if you could explain why the cost of quality assurance would be going down by such a big percentage?
Sure. So the way you have to consider, let me just get this so I can actually read it. So quality assurance is down 28%, and communications, that's up 34%. So we moved the practice advisory service staff to communications. So if you looked at them together, they almost
yeah, they're a wash. Okay, and also what does corporate include?
So corporate is we created that, I don't know, one or 2 years ago, to encompass things that really are difficult to attribute to a specific department. So for example, the vacation accrual at year end, the auditors make us make an accrual for that because it's a liability.
Right.
We don't really we're not asking people to budget for that. So we don't want to allocate that. There are adjustments at year end for the pension and post-retirement.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Things like that just really shouldn't go to a department budget. So we decide to put those together. Thanks for that question.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm not seeing any further questions. So seeing none, I would ask that motion 4 be put up on the screen, please, for council's consideration. And that motion reads that council approve the 2023 operating and capital budgets as presented. And I would ask for a mover, please. Moved by Mark Trudell, seconded by Jack. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. Thank you, Ben and Jeff, and thank you, council. Next item is the Finance, Audit, and Risk Committee, or FAR, competencies. And I'm going to, you will recall that at our last council meeting, the creation of this amalgamated committee was approved. This item is for council's decision. The materials can be found at pages 127 to 130 of your package. And I'm going to ask Jeff to take council through the recommendation. So Jeff, I'm turning it back over to you again, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have some really brief comments here. As Hannah mentioned, council approved that merger last meeting in September. And the audit committee and the FPA had a chance to look at them, and they approved those competencies and are recommending to council for approval. When we developed them, we took a mixture. Audit committee and FPA each had their own competencies. So we took a mixture of those. And then we looked at some other committees, and there were some that were pertinent that we thought we would add to this. So hopefully this will be useful for executive when they are determining the slate of committee appointees who meet these core competencies, including a non-council member. So, I mean, Ben and Mark as chairs of the committees may have additional comments, but it's, I think it's on the document.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I mean, I will turn to both Ben and Mark and ask them if they have any comments that they would like to make or to add. Ben, do you?
No, I just think it's a good list, but we welcome any input from council if they have any other suggestions.
Thank you. And Mark? Okay, Mark is good. So at this point in time, I'm not seeing any hands up yet, but I will let you digest for a minute. If there are questions or comments you would like to make to either Jeff, Ben, or Mark. Okay, I'm seeing none. You guys have obviously done an outstanding job. No one has any questions to make, so that's great. So in that case, I would ask that motion 5 be put up on the screen for council's consideration. And that motion reads that council approves the core competencies to serve on the Finance, Audit, and Risk Committee as set out in Appendix A of the resources. So if I could have a mover to that, please. Joseph, seconded by Jamie. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to the next item, which is item professional liability program risk management. And that is an item that is coming out of an earlier conversation that council had this morning. This item is for council's decision. The relevant materials are on pages 131 to 158 of your package. I am going to ask Mark Eckler to sort of make some introductory remarks before we open it up for questions. So Mark Eckler, if I could turn to you, please.
Hanno, thank you. And thanks for doing a great job as usual. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Dan to talk about the analysis that we completed and the considerations that the audit committee had. Before doing so, I think we all know the importance of the PLP issue and the risks associated with it, especially after the 2022 year and our thorough review. It's been a year since we've, as a committee, have started talking about PLP. It's also been a year since the audit committee and FP&A committee have begun to meet together. It's through this joint meeting approach that's been valuable for a collective understanding of the college's finances and audit issues, and has added a perspective for all of our PLP considerations. Well, the recommendation is officially from the audit committee. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the great role that the FP&A committee had in our analysis, and to all of us who work together, thank you. Our job has been questioned a lot of the staff, and I think that all of the staff, Jeff and Kelly and Sharon, can probably attest to all the questions we were asking. After asking a lot of questions, it brought information to the table, it increased our understanding, and it also raised even more questions. But at the end of the day, and after 4 committee-focused meetings, discussions on PLP, we realized that the college really does need some additional external expertise to support and identify all of the options to move forward. As we know, PLP is a complex program. Throughout our discussions, we identified a lot of things we could do. For example, differential premiums that was brought up earlier today, better data mining, and more profession-based education. But the committee resisted to the urge to do a piecemeal approach to individual solutions until we set a broader goal and we figured out how the solutions all aligned. At this moment, please, I'll welcome Dan to talk about the components that we considered, and I'd be pleased to address any questions related to the motion after Dan talks in a few moments. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Dan, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Hanno. Thanks, Mark. I do have some slides just to walk you through. And I will say that these are a very abbreviated version of what the audit committee and FPA committee have seen over the past year. But it's hopefully going to provide you with at least a high-level overview and a glimpse into some of the issues that were considered. Next slide, please. So just to boil down the key considerations, we wanted to, as a council, as a college, as the respective committees, to build a broad and sustained understanding of the benefits and the risks associated with delivering a professional liability program and with PLP's current operations, and in doing so to develop and implement appropriate risk mitigation strategies. So that's what what this entire year has been really driving towards and based upon. Next slide. You will recall, and I believe Joseph referenced this in terms of the slide deck that was available back in May 2021. There was an educational session provided to council. That slide deck is provided in the package of materials as well. And there were a couple of concerns that were flagged at that meeting and subsequently at council. And those concerns were how to get to a point of stable funding. And that certainly has been addressed, and you've talked about that over the last year, and you've heard about how that has impacted the budget that was proposed a few minutes ago. And the other concerns were related to keeping a keen attention on some of the risks, understanding what they are, evaluating them, mitigating them. And that was a request that went to the audit committee to be the oversight body of those risks. And as I said, to develop and implement mitigation strategies. Next slide. So since the fall of last year, the two committees spent a lot of time, and I won't go over, I didn't list everything that was reviewed. It is in your materials. On page 132, you can see a number of bullets that relate to the analysis that took place. On this slide, just to point out that there was some look at the history, the legislation, the program structure in some detail, the details of how PLP works, looking at the financial history and also the present situation, talking about the volatility and uncertainty of the loss provisions and the way that it's structured, and also looking at some other comparable programs that are out there and the commercial market for liability insurance. So quite an extensive look at information. And as Mark said, lots of questions that led to even more questions. And you can really go down a rabbit hole on this because there's a lot of detail and a lot of complexity related to this type of program. Next slide. Briefly, the history established back in the 1970s, I think in my readings and what was shared with the committee, that the goals at that time, 50 or 60 years ago, was to ensure that there was malpractice protection available for all dentists and to also stabilize pricing for dentists. So I'm imagining at the time that the fees, premiums that were required, that were offered were all over the place, and it needed to be stabilized to some degree. Next slide. That is obviously a very condensed version of the history, but the program itself, we currently have about 20 staff in PLP. It is operated as a program of the college, and that distinction that I'm making will become apparent in a couple of slides, but it's a program like everything else that we run. It's like the PCRA area, it's like the quality assurance area, and the program consists of 20 or so staff. There are firewall protections. Those go back a number of years to make sure that case information is not shared between claims that come into PLP and any other cases that find their way into the regulatory environment. And the firewall protects the data, it protects the offices or the infrastructure, and it protects the staff. So a real effort has been made by this college over many years to put walls around that program for obvious reasons, because it is a completely different program from some of the other ways in which the college works. Now, having said that, there are a number of different ways in which the program is integrated with the college proper. There is a budget, and that's one budget, as you heard a few minutes ago, and it approves both the budget and the associated fee that is charged to the registrants. It also, as council appoints all committees, including the PLP committee, and the college provides back office support. So any HR needs, any IT needs, any financial needs, all of those go through our departments in the college. The cost, as I've said, is supported by a fee, and it's the annual fee that we charge. So the dentists on the council will know that we've gone out for annual renewal, asking for $29.95. We are trying to break that down into what are the costs that go to regulatory and what are the costs that go to liability, but it is one fee with some increasing transparency of what the makeup of that fee is. There's not a differential premium. We talked this morning about deductibles. It's the same fee for all. And it's based on, deductibles are based on per occurrence. So again, you talked about that this morning as well. There are no exemptions for dentists, no opt-outs. That it's one fee, and if you're licensed by the RCDSO, then you're automatically covered by PLP. That is an advantage of the program. We know that every dentist in the province, when they get a certificate of registration to practice, has professional liability coverage. We pay up to $2 million per occurrence, and there's a $10 million annual aggregate. We have we've purchased an insurance policy that will provide coverage greater than those amounts, with some caveats that aren't necessarily relevant for today, but certainly we can get that information to you. And the PLP does its own branding. So it has its own website. It offers educational programs based on claims data. And that's really just to provide you with a snapshot of the program, just to give you a general sense of how the program exists within the college and some of the unique features of it. Next slide. The benefits of the program, I've mentioned one of them, that every registrant in Ontario will have liability protection. We know that the legislation for all health colleges says that every member has to have liability protection. In RCDSO's case, we provide that and have since the 1970s through PLP. In 25 other colleges, their registrants purchase insurance through the commercial markets, and the colleges do some kind of check to make sure that individuals are insured. But that's not something that we have to do because we know it's provided. There's sufficient protection given the current programs and some of the numbers that I displayed earlier, but dentists can choose to purchase excess coverage. And we know that some or many, we don't quite have a handle on the numbers, but some or many choose to purchase excess coverage. And we've heard that that sometimes can be in the neighborhood of $23 million in addition to the $2 million that's available through PLP. But that is at the dentist's discretion, and we don't offer that excess through our program. Where compensation is warranted, that is provided to patients, and we try to do so in a timely and fair manner. I'm not sure we could say that for all malpractice insurance providers. So there has been an effort to make sure that when warranted, we will treat the patient as fairly and effectively as possible. And this model is very easy to administer. Every registrant's treated the same. That's really easy to administer. We send out an invoice, they pay their fee, they're automatically covered. We don't have to spend time on reductions or opt-outs. We could argue whether that's something that should be looked at, but at the moment, the program structure is quite easy to operationalize. Next slide. I'll turn now to the risks, and I want to talk a little bit about the financial risks. And again, you've heard this, but very briefly to summarize, we know that the cost structure as it's currently set up is volatile and uncertain. We've seen fluctuations in our loss provision of $2 or $3 million when we get final year actuarial results. They're dramatic and unpredictable, and that doesn't help our bottom line. And Jeff showed you earlier the deficits that we've had as a college 6 years in a row, with promise for 2023 and the 2 years beyond that for small surpluses. We know that this program accounts, when all is said and done and you track all the costs, about 30% of the college budget. That's huge. We obviously as a college, you as a council need to pay attention to that. The 2022 annual renewal for 2023 raised the registrant fees by $485. You were involved extensively and made decisions about that over the last few months, all based on what we were seeing in terms of the financial impact that the program has on the college in its entirety. And finally, deficits in normal circumstances, obviously we don't want to run those and we don't want to do it 6 years in a row. When we have deficits, it provides increased pressure to reduce costs. And oftentimes those costs are going to come out of regulatory programs. And that is a part of the financial risk and the regulatory risk. The other part of that that Jeff spoke to earlier is we are required to have an operational reserve. And that's through the college performance measurement framework. We're not building it because of those deficits. And if we run them, we're not going to be able to build it. But again, some of those or many of those financial risks or imperatives have had significant change in the past few months by decisions that you've made. But we still know that the structure of the program runs some other risks in terms of the volatility. Next slide. From a reputational standpoint, I think it's quite obvious that malpractice insurance defends or protects dentists. Our mandate is to serve the public interest. Those two mandates can collide. But I want to be clear, they're not always mutually exclusive. We know that it's public protection to ensure that all dentists have malpractice insurance. You can do it in different ways, but the way that the college has structured PLP really helps to ensure that all dentists have malpractice protection in the event that there is harm caused to patients through negligence or omission. PLP pays patients when warranted, as I mentioned earlier. So that may not always be the case on commercial markets, commercial insurance products. So I don't want to just leave you with the impression that it's one or the other, because there is a little bit of gray area, and those are a couple of points that I wanted to make. My experience, and others can comment on this, I've seen some very polarized views from the profession itself, where some are very supportive of the college continuing in this role, and others are very much against it and see real or perceived conflicts with the college doing this. The issue of claims made when there may be competency issues at play that may not get addressed, obviously is another tension that we have to pay attention to. And I'm not going to say it's rampant. I'm not going to say we have great data on this, but it is something that we want to be very clear about as we move forward. And finally, there's been a couple of articles, media, public exposure of this tension. I've highlighted a couple of years in which we saw some articles, and we'll always have to answer questions about this from the media, the public, and the government. And a lot of what we're talking about today and moving forward is being able to show the leadership in addressing these issues and making sure that we have good answers to those anticipated questions. Next slide. So very briefly, I'm going to tell you about a couple of other programs, but first of all, there's not a lot of information here, and you may have lots of questions that Jeff and I won't be able to answer, or the audit committee won't be able to answer. It was based on some preliminary research, but not an exhaustive research of other programs. But I think as a highlight, LawPro, which is operated by the Law Society of Ontario, is an arm's length subsidiary corporation that offers an insurance program for lawyers. It has an independent board of directors, and that board of directors includes experts from the financial sector, risk management sector, insurance and malpractice experts who are working in private for-profit firms, as well as a representative from the Law Society. They also have a much more complex fee structure where there are reductions, exemptions, and opt-outs that are available for lawyers based on different circumstances that leads to differential fees or premiums. The current structure that we see right now came out of some very significant underfunding issues in the 1990s. They put together a review. They established a task force, much like we're recommending. They were quite extreme or much more of an issue with the Law Society back in the 90s than we are today. I believe that they were underfunded by 200 million at one point. So we're not talking about numbers like that, but that was a driver for the Law Society to look differently at its program. There's no case sharing to my knowledge in terms of claims that come in and how they do or don't deal with competency issues if they arise. And they offer separate fees. So as a lawyer, you know you're paying this price for regulation, and then you have another fee for the malpractice side, and it's possibly combined into one invoice, but there's very much more clarity in terms of what you're paying for. Next slide. Couple of highlights from dental colleges. So we have the Order in Quebec, and we have the College of Dental Surgeons in Alberta. I'll start with Alberta because it's a fairly new program on the right-hand side. It is operated like us as a program of the college. It charges one fee to its registrants, transparent about the amounts. It does not have a staff that are adjudicating or reviewing claims. It has one staff member to oversee the program, and it holds an insurance policy with Victor, and Victor does the claims adjudication. So that's a way in which they've done some separation of the regulatory side and the claim side. The Order in Quebec is an arm's length body from the ODQ. It is an independent board of directors with, again, experts who sit on that board, and some crossover with the ODQ and a representative or two. It is authorized. Their legislation in Quebec actually authorizes regulatory bodies to operate or run liability protection programs. So that's something very unique. We don't have that within our authority, we certainly have the requirement that all members of professions have to be protected, but not through the colleges necessarily. The current structure in Quebec was developed a few years ago, and it was based also on an expert review. They asked a task force to review the future of that program. And perhaps interesting as well is the legislation does require the claims arm to report to the conduct area of the college based on certain threshold criteria. And if there are claims where there's some question about competency, there is a legislative requirement that they also address the competency of the individual involved. And that's fairly new, so not a lot of experience with it, but something that's different from Ontario as well. And finally, they have separate fees for the two areas as well. Next slide. A few themes that have emerged, and I think the audit committee and the finance committee agreed with these themes, which led to lots of questions and lots of unanswered questions in some cases. There are different degrees of separation that have been created in other programs. And we certainly didn't look at all programs, but we looked at some that were either in Ontario or comparable, such as the two provincial dental programs. The transparency issue, I know we've been doing better on that, hopefully, in terms of being transparent about what the fees go towards for dentists in Ontario. There are experts that are involved in their particular programs, experts from organizations, commercial enterprises that are involved in this work on a day-to-day basis, and they sit on the boards. There are tensions between those two arms of regulatory bodies, so we're not alone in that. There can be sharing of case data in Quebec, as I mentioned, and legislation that actually authorizes or enables the program, as I talked about with Quebec. Next slide. So all said and done, and I think Dr. Eckler mentioned this as well, that there were a number of tactical solutions that could have been considered. And we looked at a number, but really not wanting to just start doing this piecemeal until there was more expertise brought into the equation. And that could have been an independent individual as an expert to come in and do a review, or a task force. And the committee landed on a PLP expert review task force, so that that group could add to the work that's already been done and really focus on some of the strategic issues that need to be addressed. They might be structural, they might be policy, they might be practices, but to propose some options and implementation considerations for council to consider. And then we can see how the parts will align with those broader goals, as Dr. Eckler mentioned already. In order to do this, the two committees were also unanimous in trying to keep this group small and expert. So looking, and you have some more numbers in your package of materials, but looking at the expertise that's brought from the professional liability and risk management community, looking at experience and expertise that can be brought from an organization that has a dual role, as we do, looking at a member of the public who could also be involved in this work, and looking at a member of the dental profession, someone who has experience in governance work with professional liability. So keeping it open so that we're not limiting ourselves too much, but those are the kinds of people that the audit committee and the finance committee felt were needed to really add to the understanding that's been grown and developed with those two committees. Next slide. And the benefits of going in this direction was to be able to get an in-depth analysis of our current state. We have quite a bit of information, no question, but the kind of depth that a group with this expertise and experience would bring is not anything that we have at this particular moment in time. From a strategic standpoint, really doing an in-depth exploration then of our options and really laying those out clearly to establish long-term solutions, that we don't want to be just doing some things that might help us for the next year. We want to make sure that we're moving forward in a way that makes sense based on that review. And also having a group like this will bring credibility, both to the process that's been used and the outcome. It will have credibility with a broad group of stakeholders, including the public and the government. And it will also demonstrate leadership, that the council is paying attention to a very significant part of the college. And it will also be more cost effective than an individual reviewer, because the task force will meet probably several times over the course of its work, and it will be guided by the work of a project manager and staff. So we'll be able to absorb some of those costs internally and not necessarily have to pay for an external independent reviewer to be doing a lot of that work. So there is some cost effectiveness built into this. Next slide. So the next step, should you agree to go in this direction, is the membership would be looked at by the executive committee based on those broad parameters and appointed by the executive committee. The work would hopefully start in January, but that also is very much dependent on how quickly we're able to get to an actual task force being appointed. There will be check-ins with the executive committee regularly through 2023 as this group does its work. And there will be a final report. I believe that we can do this in 6 months with some writing time and be prepared to present something back to council in September of 2023. And the motion that you're being asked to consider, there will be another slide that can come up, but it has slightly changed from what you have in your materials. I think this adds a little bit more value to the motion. What you will see is that council establish a PLP expert review task force to do a thorough review of the professional liability program, outline any risks, and recommend options to mitigate these risks on or before the September 2023 council meeting. Next slide, which I think is the last, so we can come back to full screen, and I'll leave it back with you, Hanno.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dan. So at this point in time, I'm looking to see if any members of council have questions that they would like to ask either of Dan or Mark. And I'm seeing none. So I would ask that motion 6 be put up on the screen. And please note the comment that Dan made that this motion has been slightly amended from the motion that is in your package. So the motion that council is considering is that council establish a PLP expert review task force to do a thorough review of the PLP program, outline any risks, and recommend options to mitigate these risks on or before September 2023 council meeting. So if I could have a mover to that motion, please. Moved by Brian, seconded by Ram. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And that motion is carried. So thank you very much for that, council. We have gone through the afternoon part of the agenda a little bit more quickly than we did in the morning. So what I am proposing, I think it's still a little early for a break, is with your indulgence, if we could jump ahead and deal with maybe 2 smaller items and then take our break. So the first one that I would ask you to consider and jump ahead in the agenda to is reports to council. So this basically is information. The reports included in this package begin at page 164 and end on page 201. So begin on 164 with the council evaluation survey results and finish on page 201 with the work plan for council. And these reports really are for information. So this is how we're going to proceed. I'm simply going to call each topic one at a time. And if anyone has a question, so a question for clarification, this is not a time for in-depth conversation, but this would really just be to clarify something or a misconception or something like that. If there's no questions asked, we will simply move on. And remember that these items are not items that we're going to be voting on or making decisions on. These are for information only. And I'm going to go in the order in which they are listed in your package. So if anyone has any questions for the council evaluation survey. Okay, the financial and budget update for the 3rd quarter of 2022. The Commission on Dental Accreditation of Canada. The modernization of British Columbia's health regulatory system. report on the RCDSO Strategic Plan 2020 to 2023. And lastly, the 2022 Work Plan for Council. Great. So thank you. So we will have dealt with that item. And what I'm going to suggest is that we're going to go to Sandy now and deal with one more item before we go for a break. And this is going to be Sandy's opportunity to highlight some of the members, or to highlight the members who are leaving council. So Sandy, I'm going to turn it over to you for your remarks, please.
Thank you so much, Hannah. So one of the difficult parts of being a part of any council or a board is having to say goodbye to members when their term is up. Although turnover is a part of good governance, it does not make things any easier. And today we are bidding farewell to 6 individuals: Richard Hunter, Ben Lynn, David Mock, Joseph Richards, Jill Dos Santos, and Cam Whitmer. So I'd like to say a few words about each of these dedicated counselors. Richard Hunter. Richard is a well-respected endodontist in Toronto. He has been an excellent chair of discipline for many years and will leave very big shoes to fill. He is an avid golfer, loves to travel, and I am told he has a very nice wine collection. Richard, thank you so much for exhibiting true professionalism in all that you do. Ben Lynn. Ben is a very well-respected oral surgeon in the GTA, on staff at several hospitals, teaches at the University of Toronto, chair of FPA, and is our vice president. He enjoys a good meal and fine wine, and has been to many Michelin star rated restaurants, including those that are hard to get into. He enjoys traveling and is often busy driving his kids to their many sporting events. Ben, thank you for your great insights and knowledge, especially during COVID. It was a pleasure serving alongside you. David Mock. David is a very well-respected oral pathologist in Toronto, former dean at the University of Toronto, mentored a number of dental residents over the years at Mount Sinai Hospital. He has done an enormous amount of work on opioids and represented the college at many forums, and is also chair of quality assurance. David, please enjoy a very well-deserved retirement in your beautiful cottage. And I hear you also appreciate a glass of Amarone wine now and again. Thank you for your abundant knowledge and all that you have contributed to the college. It's been greatly appreciated. Joseph Richards. Joseph is a highly respected lawyer who has worked in a community legal aid clinic as an assistant Crown attorney and now does work for the Refugee Appeal Division. He has served as an excellent chair of PLP, having gained a good in-depth knowledge of the program. He is fluently bilingual and provided a balanced perspective on issues, carefully weighing each side and not afraid to offer a contrary opinion. He is active in his community, enjoys this cold weather, and also likes to travel. Joseph, we look forward to reading about your future accomplishments, and thank you for the powerful impact you have made on us as a council. Gildo Santos. Gildo is an amazing associate dean and professor at Western University. Although we have only had the pleasure to work with you for a short while, your input from a faculty perspective was extremely beneficial. Not only is Gildo devoted to ensuring students become competent, skilled practitioners, he is also committed to his own professional development and frequently completes a number of leadership courses throughout the year. Gildo, thank you for inspiring us, and I'm sure our paths will cross again. I personally think Gildo knows the secret to a good life, as he is always happy, and it's so nice to see that. Cam Whitmer. Cam has had a long career in dentistry and is our longest serving council member. He has served a total of 16 years, 2 terms of 8 years separated by a 4-year break, including 2 terms as president. And that alone deserves a break. He has been a hardworking member of ICRC, among other committees. Cam loves the warm weather and spends a lot of time in the South. Cam, during your retirement, it will be very nice to relax with a book and not have to read through volumes of college material. Thank you so much for your wisdom and dedicated service over the years. Each of these members has brought their individual expertise and insight to committees and to council. As a token of the college's appreciation, we have sent each of you certificates and a small gift to acknowledge your exceptional service. You will be missed. Please join me in a round of applause for our departing council members. Back over to you, Hanno.
Thank you, Sandy, and thank you for those heartfelt comments and remarks about our departing council members. At this point in time, I'm going to suggest that we are going to take a break until 2:10. For council members, I would just ask that you mute yourself and stop your video. For those of you joining us live stream, that will be paused, but we will reconvene here at 2:10 and continue on with the remainder of the agenda. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Before we go on to the next item of the agenda, I would just like to give the floor to Jamie Colliver for a moment, please. Jamie, I understand you have something you would like to say.
Yes, thank you, Hanno. Thanks, Council. I was so excited to thank staff with regards to the work they did on pension. I failed to acknowledge the committee members who were so diligent in their work on this particular issue. And so I want to acknowledge the hard work of Drs. Venditti, Hunter, and Eckler. All the committee members absorbed some pretty difficult concepts, and I have to admit, you were really great to work with, and thanks very much. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you for that, Jamie. So the next item on the agenda is patients on social government programs. And we're going to be provided with information on patients on social government programs. This is an important issue for patients that relates to access of care. This item is for council's discussion. The relevant materials are on pages 159 to 163 of your materials. I'm going to be turning things over to Andrea, who will provide council with a brief introduction of this work. And then we're going to repeat the exercise that we did this morning. And once Andrea has walked us through her introduction, she will send us off to the groups we were in this morning, and you will follow similar timelines and sort of have similar opportunities in terms of expressing, asking questions, expressing your concerns, or making your comments. So Andrea, I'm going to turn it over to you right now, please.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hanno. And thank you, Council. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes. As Hanno mentioned, again, what we wanted to do at this meeting was to really bring this topic to you, provide a bit of context, and really engage you in a discussion at this very early stage. This isn't a brand new issue, but I think it's an interesting time to talk about it because we've got something shifting in the landscape. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes now to set out a few things. So Angela, if you would mind going to the next slide, please. You saw in your briefing materials that Hanno gave you the page reference. What's described in a bit of detail in the briefing note is a trend where we're hearing from sometimes patients directly and sometimes dentists who are supporting those patients about the fact that some patients who rely on what I've framed broadly as social or government programs, that they're being barred from accessing care. Let me pause for 1 second. It's said it in the briefing note, but when I'm referring to social or government programs, I'm really using that as a basket clause to capture a whole host of programs that support patients in accessing oral health care. if they are uninsured or underinsured and struggle to pay for that out of pocket. So what we've seen and heard about is that some, and I will say it is some, it's certainly not the whole profession, but some dentists are making the decision not to treat these individuals, whether accepting them into general dentist practice as a patient or receiving a referral to provide specialist care. And then what we have learned about is there's some corporations that offer what I would loosely refer to as sort of a matching service, where a patient seeking a dentist is able to go to this to a website, seek, put in some basic information and then be connected with dentists in that same area who are accepting patients. What we're learning is that in some instances, corporations are implementing, roughly speaking, a filter feature where when patients indicate that they do rely on a social or government program, that they get an automated message saying, sorry, this service isn't for you. We're not going to be able to match you with a dentist. So it's a complete stop in that process. Just before we move on to the next slide, I do just want to pause and say, and I have reflected on it in the briefing note, and I think all of us around the sort of virtual table know that this is this is not to detract from the great work that many dentists do to work to facilitate access to care, who accept these patients into practice without question. That is definitely the case, but we do know that that's not all dentists do that. And yeah, patients, like I say, patients and dentists are contacting us about this issue. Next slide, please, Angela. So said it in the briefing note are some, indications of the consequences of this. And I thought I would just sort of, to help frame the upcoming discussion, I just sort of go through them very, very briefly. The impact on patient, this is really a summary of some of the concerns that we hear. So in some instances, individuals or their general dentist are having to make multiple attempts to find a dentist who will provide care. In some instances, it does represent a barrier to care, that they just can't seem to find somebody who's willing to provide that care. And, we do hear there's an emotional element to this. We do hear that patients, lose a bit of faith in the profession. It impacts the way that they see the dental profession. Some have expressed anger, some have expressed embarrassment. Next slide, please, Angela. And then, of course, for the profession, there are reputational risks that go along with this. So, patient experiences or even the experiences of other dentists who are trying to support patients in finding care, when they're met with a lot of challenges in doing that, it does and can pose a reputational risk to the profession as a whole. And then, of course, just to acknowledge and go back to what I said a moment ago, we know that there are many dentists who do support patients on government or social programs, and really feeling in some instances the burden of that. If those dentists are taking on more patients or having to maybe shoulder more of that population, it can pose a burden on those dentists who really could rely on some support and appreciate some support from their colleagues. So this is by no stretch exhaustive. This is just high level, some very preliminary sort of impacts just to help set up the discussion. Next slide, please, Angela. And into this, I think, we heard this morning and in both from Lindy Van Emberg and then in your small groups, we're at a really interesting juncture. We've got both the federal government coming out effective today with their interim Canada Dental Benefit Plan with a longer term approach in the works. We've got the Ontario government doing some early work on a proposed portable benefits program to offer some coverage to elements of the population who don't typically have insurance. So sort of the gig workers, for lack of a better phrase. And then, of course, you all know this, we have access to care as a key strategic priority for our strategic plan over the next 3 years. So it's an interesting context and landscape in which we can start to have this conversation and start to think about how we respond to this trend, how we can support patients, what the college's role is in terms of engaging in this work as an organization with a public interest mandate. What does that look like? What's our unique space for this? So, of course, some of the background and context is going to be thinking about this in the context of our broader access to care project. And this is one issue that obviously comes in under that. Next slide, please, Angela. So with that, we wanted to come to you again at this really early juncture before we have started to formulate a project charter and a plan and really getting into concrete actions. We wanted to come to you at this early stage and begin a conversation with you. And deliberately, we've kept it pretty high level, wanting to welcome your thoughts on the emerging trend that I've described about refusal to care for patients and this sort of filtering features that we're seeing. And then have set out in the briefing notes some proposed actions, some of which with the executive committee support and approval we've undertaken, and some are to come. So those are the sort of twin elements and anchor points for the discussion this afternoon. Next slide, please, Angela. So as Hannah mentioned, we're going to follow the same format as we did this morning. You're going to be placed back into the same groups from this morning. We're going to call on the same spokespeople who represented the groups this morning, and you'll have staff support again. And we're going to take, some time together in those smaller settings. One group will remain in the open council Zoom meetings so that our observers online can listen in. But we're going to take 25 minutes to really talk through those two high-level elements: the emerging trend of refusal of patients on social and government programs, and then secondly, the proposed actions as set out in the briefing note. We'll turn it over to your small groups. Then after the 25-minute mark, we'll come back as a full council and call on our spokespeople to share a couple of highlights from each group.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, and thank you, Council. We are going to repeat the same process we did this morning in terms of asking whoever the leader in each group was to again highlight one or two comments or aspects of what your discussion was. Again, please be reassured that staff who is part of the group have taken copious notes, so all that was said and all that was discussed will move on as this matter moves on. And in just to be fair, not always start with group one, we're going to sort of reverse the order. So I'm going to ask Mark if you could just provide one or two highlights from the discussion that you had with group four, please.
All good, Hanno. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, folks, our group concurs and wholeheartedly supports the proposal put forth by staff, the two actions and the two projects. The projects being good practice guide and a practice models and corporate strategy. And the two actions, of course, were to circle back to those professional corporations and speak to them regarding some of the filtering mechanisms that we understand are in place. Also, to circle back to the profession as a whole and gently remind them of the ethical and legal obligations they have as a profession in terms of duty of care. Once we are all on the same page and we all concurred and support the staff actions, projects, we had a fulsome discussion, a brainstorm. It was limited to all of whatever we had, 15 minutes. But that brainstorm highlight points were professionals must not only have a duty to respond to, but to be proactive with respect to access to care. And that journey might start with data collection, information gathering, interpretation of data, arguably data mining with regards to patient requirements, patient load, and how to respond and gear up and develop a model that's responsive to what that demand is in detail. That led to not only data mining, but also looking to other jurisdictions where there might already be a precedent that might lead to the development of the Ontario hybrid model of access to care. Reference was made to the state of Michigan, and we can provide further elaborations later on. And finally, that would lead ultimately to laying out a program that enhances access to care, doesn't dismantle everything that's in place right now, the various clinics, the service delivery that exists. It's to build on it, to tweak it, a made in Ontario plan, essentially. And hopefully a plan that doesn't result, to use that terminology, two-tier medicine, two-tier dentistry, a plan that is very sensitive to that talking point. Hanno, that's a summation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mark. Next, I would ask if Nancy, if you could again just provide a quick overview of the topics that your group covered.
Certainly, Hanno, thank you. So we all felt that it's a good beginning in regards to the college's actions that have been taken thus far. We all felt that it is a professional obligation to ensure that all Ontarians are cared for, even if it's minimally. It's a moral issue. We applaud the documents that have been provided so far. And there was one thought that we all had. It would be wonderful to see the government placing all dental assistance programs perhaps under one umbrella, at which point you can collect appropriate data that would facilitate developing a good plan for everyone to follow and make it less confusing, because as of now, there are so many different social assistance programs. It's confusing for the patient, it's confusing for the practitioner. So those were some of our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Next to you, please, Joseph.
Yeah, so many of the themes that we touched on have already been talked about. One of the things that we kind of ended on was the whole concept of, you know, how do we change behavior, and how do we, because that's ultimately what we're talking about. It's about modifying or changing behavior. We talked about the fact that it's really important to get appropriate data, and data collection will be key to find out also the reasons why this is happening. We don't, you know, there are a lot of anecdotes out there, but one of the ways to do that is through perhaps to have some anonymous surveys done, and to have a, you know, to investigate further about that. A lot of comments about the growth of corporate dentistry. So, you know, echoing the efforts of the college and identifying that, and supporting the initiatives that have been made in that regard. And about finding ways to deal with, as I said earlier, about shortages with respect to auxiliary staff, reducing cost of practice, more training in terms of social responsibility, developing incentives. So these are the themes that came up in our discussion.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And lastly, Jack, I'm going to turn to you, please.
Which is a problem with being last, because I think more or less we have the same line of discussion as the other groups. There's no doubt it's important to treat patients who are on social programs. It's ethical, it's professional. Should it be mandatory? No, but you should want to do it. And the programs suggested by the college may help, may help to that end. But how do you see an emerging trend when there's no data to tell you how many offices use this corporation, and how prevalent is this non-compliance? We don't know, and data is always the important thing. Data is important not just because it's dollars. We know that there's dollars that stop the access of people on social programs to dental offices, but it's also other things. We have to dive deeply into those things, such as administrations, time to treat that patient, maybe people with mental issues and so on. I just don't know. We don't know. And this is why it's important to look at the data and dive deeper. And the suggestion was, well, we do it anyways. We do it once a year. during our renewal process, well, that's just not good enough. We need a deep dive, an independent professional survey who can then ask questions and follow-up questions to find out what is the real reason, what is the real blockage. We've never done this. I don't think any organization has done it, certainly not the college. And that's where we stood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you all for your participation and your thoughtful comments. And Andrea, I'm going to turn it over to you to see if there are any sort of final comments you would like to make before we move on from this item on the agenda.
Thank you, Hanno. Really just to say thank you. These are some interesting thoughts to get us started. This is certainly not the end of this conversation. This is a big issue, and I know that no doubt came up in the different groups. You would have seen in the briefing note the connection of this topic back to some strategic work and projects that I outlined earlier this morning in the 2023-25 strategic plan. So as always, we're going to take away the notes and the thoughts from the discussion, and we're going to think about how to really translate that into some concrete actions, how we can tackle this in keeping with your strategic direction and agenda. So to be continued. Thank you very much, everyone.
And thank you, Andrea. So council members, we have handled our time wisely this afternoon. So I'm just going to remind you that we are going to skip over reports to council and departing council members because we have done that already. So if you're following along in the agenda, the next item for our consideration is other business. And that is always there as a placeholder. In my time with you, I don't think we've ever had any issues that have taken up a place in that part of the agenda, but we do today. And that is, we made reference to it at the beginning of the meeting. This is a housekeeping item that is coming before council. It is something that is going to involve a decision on behalf of council. And basically, it's just to address the inadvertent exclusion in November 2021 of this item. So I'm going to turn it over to Jillian Slaughter, who will provide a brief overview of this matter before we open it up for questions and address the appropriate motion. So Jillian, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to just briefly speak to this matter. I'll keep my remarks to a minimum because I'm sure you've all seen the briefing note that was added after your council materials were provided. Essentially, it comes down to this, that in September of 2021, council had approved additional per diems available to ICRC members for the preparatory work that they were doing associated with the backlog, as well as for decision review by chairs or their delegates. Inadvertently, in November of 2021, when council approved a new bylaw 10 to come into effect on the eve of the first council meeting in 2023, and that's going to be January 17th of next year, it did away with that prior additional per diem bylaw. And so what we are here today to ask you to do is, would you please allow the former per diem for ICRC members to be added back in? And you will have before you the motion material, or the motion that specifically says, a little different than what's in your briefing note, but says, will council reconsider its November 18th motion made in 2021 to approve a new bylaw 10 as is set out in Appendix A of your materials. And that is such that then the provisions allowing for the additional ICRC per diems will be included in bylaw 10, and then that will come into force in 2023. Let me just briefly explain the rationale for asking for this bylaw provision to be put back in again in effect in 2023 is because, although you have heard today, much of the backlog has been addressed, and ICRC has been tremendously diligent in the work that they have done over the course of the last year and a half. There remain still some 2020 and 2021 cases to be addressed. And of course, the committee will be looking at the 2022 matters next year and trying to put them through its decision review process as quickly as possible. In essence, then there is still a smaller backlog to be addressed. And for that reason, we are anticipating that ICRC members will be asking for additional prep time and also for the chairs or their delegates to be able to make those decisions outside of ICRC meeting time. So unless there are additional questions at this time, I'll simply outline the next steps, which are that if council were to agree to this bylaw amendment by a 2/3 vote, then our next steps will be to take this to executive committee at their next meeting to then consider reauthorizing the policy under this bylaw. And it would simply be asking them to reauthorize the same policy that they had approved in 2021. So Angelo, can I ask perhaps that the motion be put up so that council would be able to review it? And then Hanno, unless there are questions, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, you know what, maybe Angelo, before you put that up, and I'm sorry to screw this around so I can see faces. I mean, before we do that, Angelo, maybe just have the opportunity to ask Jillian questions. So are there any questions that any members of council have or would like to address to Jillian at this point in time? Mark Eckler.
So for my ignorance, it's possibly in the materials. I've no trouble putting it back in, fully support getting through the cases as fast as possible. Is this in perpetuity and continuing, or is it set out that once the cases are back to a more acceptable level, that it will go away?
So allow me to explain it this way. It's sort of in two parts. The bylaw provision will be in there if council approves it. But the bylaw provision, although it may be in perpetuity or until council decides to amend bylaws in the future, has a particular piece to it, which is a policy. And the policy states that it's executive committee that will determine if there is rationale or reason for allowing these additional per diems. And so as long as the executive committee says that this policy remains in effect, because there is a business case to show that there's a backlog and additional matters need to be addressed this way, then executive will allow that to continue. If executive committee sees that there's information before them suggesting that there is not as much of a need for this additional prep time or for decision review outside of the committee meetings, then the executive committee can exercise their discretion to pull back that policy or not to renew it.
Okay, Mark.
Thank you.
And Judy, I did see your hand up, but I don't see it up anymore. So has your question been answered, or you know?
Well, that was my question, but now I have a different question.
Okay.
So as I understand it, as what you're doing is you're taking the authority to allow the policy to go from year to year, I suppose, from council as a whole to the executive committee.
That's correct, Judy. It's the same policy that's been in place since late 2021. So I believe it was Q4 of 2021 that was passed by executive committee at that time. The wording is exactly the same as it was then. And yes, the authority then lives with the executive committee to set the time frame for how long they think that policy should be in effect. But also they have the ability to be able to rescind that policy.
Well, you would only need to rescind it if you didn't put in an expiry date.
But the bylaw specifically says that there needs to be a due date for it, so that it is always an issue that will be brought back to executive committee to be able to verify that it is still appropriate.
So I may have missed this in the materials. Are we amending the bylaw so that I mean, it seems to me that any role of council is being eliminated and sort of not downloaded, but not in a negative way, to executive committee. But what limitations are being placed on the executive committee with this authority?
So I can't speak that there are any limitations that I'm aware of, but I can certainly pass that over to Alan, who will be able to answer it. What I can say is, if you look at your materials on page 7, is the underlying text, and there you will see that it says any policy approved by the executive committee under this specific article automatically expires on either the earlier of the date specified in the executive committee motion or on December 31st of the year in which it was approved. And so in that sense, the bylaw already is placing a limitation on the executive committee power in terms of this policy, with the expectation that they are going to then be receiving information from staff and from the ICRC about that backlog.
And I've got Dan and Alan who may shed some more light on this. So Judy, if you don't mind, I'm going to go up to Dan first and then to Alan. And then if that hasn't addressed your issue, come back to you.
Thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, just very briefly, I wanted to point out the automatic expiration of the policy every year at the end of the year. That's one limitation. The second is unanimous support by the executive committee. I recall council wanted that to be a part of the approval process of the policy. And then just to point out that none of this is new positioning. This was all debated last year. There were some inadvertent changes to bylaws where this was removed. And if it wasn't removed, we would have gone to exec to talk about the backlog and to get them to either approve the policy for 2023 or not. So we do have a number of checks in the system. And I think really fundamentally what we're asking is to put something back in that was already there, with the expectation that we are constantly monitoring this and it's not designed to go on in perpetuity.
And Alan?
I think Dan has probably answered all of the questions now. I was simply going to indicate that council had already delegated, in accordance with this set of principles, that authority to the executive committee. It was through inadvertence when a new bylaw 10 was passed that you neglected to have that specific provision put back in. It was never intended to take it out. In fact, it should have been what had already been passed. So this is just to put back in place what always had been the intention.
Okay, thank you for that, Alan. And Judy, are you okay?
I'm just reading it now, but I understand what Alan is saying. I just want to say that the fact that it was inadvertently left out doesn't mean that it would automatically have been put back in. So like that doesn't persuade me, but I heard Dan and I'm satisfied with that.
Okay, thank you. I do not see any other hands up. Jillian, I'm just going to check in with you to make sure that there's nothing else that you want to add before we do put the motion up on the screen.
No, that's all. Thanks, Hannah.
Okay, thank you. I would like, so Angelo, if you would please do that. And I would just like to reiterate what Jillian said. This is going to require a 2/3 vote. So I will read the motion. And so the motion number 7 that you're being asked to consider is that council reconsider its November 18th motion to approve a new bylaw 10 as set out in Appendix A, such that the provisions allowing for additional ICRC per diems will be included in the bylaw 10 that will come into force at 12:01 a.m. on the day of the first regular council meeting of 2023. So I will be asking for a mover for that motion, moved by Christina, seconded by Brian Smith. And what I'm going to ask council to do for your, please cooperate, is keep your hands elevated. And Angie and I are going to do a count. There are 24 voting members, so we would need at least 16 to get our 2/3 majority. So again, all those in favor of that motion, please put your hand up and keep it up until I ask you to lower it. Okay, so Angie, I have like 24, so I have unanimous approval. Do you as well?
Yes, I have 24.
Okay, thank you. So that motion is carried unanimously. So thank you very much for that, council. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is just a reminder of the next council meeting, which is going to be a hybrid meeting. It's going to be on January the 17th, 2023, and its purpose will be for the election of the executive committee and the orientation for the new council. And the orientation is designed for all 24 of the council members. The meeting will be chaired by the registrar. And for those of you attending in person, it will be at Vantage venues where those of us who attended in person in September were. 150 King Street West in Toronto. The meeting will also be live streamed. And following that meeting on the 19th of January, 2023, there will be a shorter virtual meeting to confirm the slate of committees. Both of those meetings will be live streamed. So we are now finished the formal part of today's agenda. We will be taking a very short break in a moment, and when we return, it will be to move in camera. After the in-camera session, we will simply reconvene in this format, but for the sole purpose of adjourning today's council meeting. For our in-camera session, we will just have council members along with the registrar, and when we move into in-camera, we will terminate our live stream. Before that motion, I would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who participated today, not only participated today, but participated in the preparation and planning of this. It has been my pleasure for a little over a year now to work with you as council members. I can express my awe at how incredibly well prepared you are and how thoughtful your questions and discussions are. I would personally like to also thank Dan and Sandy for how incredibly supportive they have been of me. I only ever parachute into this organization 4 times a year. So even though I think I'm getting a little bit of a firmer grip, I couldn't do it without the support that the two of them give me. And again, Dan, to the staff of yours that I interact with and have had the opportunity to interact with, they have been nothing short of incredibly supportive, incredibly professional, and incredibly welcoming. So I'm very, very appreciative of that. And that certainly makes my job and my role in this, what I do for you all very, very easy. So thank you all for that. And having said that, I would like to have motion number 8 put up on the screen, please. That the public be excluded from the meeting pursuant to both clause 7.2 sub D of the Health Professionals Procedural Code of the Regulated Health Professions Act 1991, and that personnel matters will be discussed. And if I could have a mover for that, moved by Vivian, seconded by Mark Trudell. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. So council, I'm going to suggest it's 3:14. So I'm going to suggest we end this session, and at 3:20, we will reconvene and move in camera. And Angelo, I think I'm right. All we're doing is just shutting off our, muting ourselves and shutting off our cameras until 3:20. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. You'll be coming back to the same space.
Perfect. So thank you for that. And so council, we will reconvene at 3:20 to move in camera.